And we are back live here for day 3 of our NFL free agency coverage on Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report. I am Tom Downey, Chris Daughtry, Stone Shields behind the scenes on today's show. We will be live for at least the next 2.5 hours as we get to the new league year where, hey, maybe more things will happen. The last, 30-ish hours, something like that, have not actually had a lot happen. It has been a very, very quiet time frame. Just a lot of non-moves being made, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of waiting to see what someone like Aaron Rodgers ends up doing. I want you guys to shout out your favorite team for me in the comments of today's show. We'll give some shouts here on the Cowboys side and, of course, on the Chat Sports side as well, as we don't have any real updates with what's going on there. But we'll give some shout out. Nick Holmes says Packers. Joshua's got Minnesota. Game Geek's got Cardinals. Happy to have you back again, Game Geek. Wade the Hood's got Ravens. Chris May has Colts. Epic's got Bengals. Conan says 49ers. But not this free agency. It's been awful. Yeah, under the radar, Niners kind of feels like an actual rebuild to an extent. Or at least spending of less money from San Francisco, which is kind of crazy to me. Lucas got Eagles. Captain Obvious has the Commanders. Boyd's got Falcons. One JMTZ's got Ravens. LaCour Victor's got Bears Chiefs. Matthew's got Broncos. Christopher's got Commanders. Lewis has Patriots. Rick's got Chargers. Boyd's got Falcons. Blake's got Browns. Talon Steele's got Chargers. Eric Burton has Eagles, or has Bucks, 30 Racks has Eagles. Cowboys fan shout-outs. Pyrrhic, Gator, Ken, Ricky, John. Well, John said his favorite team is my belly. My dad bod. Andrew's got Cowboys. Gator's got Cowboys. Danny says Cowboys. Kenneth says Cowboys. Andrew says Cowboys. King Trill's got Cowboys. Julio has Cowboys. Andrew, Chris, Leroy, all going for the Cowboys there. OS has Bills. Dak with 2K says Commanders. Cade's got Panthers. Chris Fowler's got 49ers. Stewart has Browns. So a good wide array of NFL teams. Your favorite NFL teams, I should say. Keep the comments coming. Let's run through the moves, if we can call them as such, that have happened of late. Really since we ended live stream 3 p.m. something yesterday, somewhere in that range. So less than the last 24 hours of time here. Rashad Weaver, the edge rusher, heading to the Jets on a 1-year deal. No contract details. That might be pretty close to the vet minimum, given the lack of production he's had and has bounced around. Troy Dye, the linebacker, is back with the Chargers on a 2-year deal, $5.5 million. Good reminder, a lot of times you'll see the initially reported figure. It won't actually be quite that much. Especially if it ever says up to, it's not going to be that much. Because the agent that's sending out the information, that is the source, it is the agent, that's who the source is, will put the best number out there. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is going to follow Clint Kubiak to the Seahawks on a 1-year deal up to 5.5. So 3.7 probably is a better guess there. I'll pick some Starbucks fights here. The idea that he was on fire last year for the Saints is laughable. Sometimes I need my big media people to not just copy-paste what the agent says and watch the games and go, yeah, he had a 100-yard game for the Saints. It's not on fire. Come on. Derek Forrest, the former Commanders safety, heading over to the Buffalo Bills. Mike Ford, who I think was with the Browns most recently, to the Falcons on a 2-year, $4 million deal. That's just backup money. Blake Hance, who was with the Browns, going to reunite with Bill Callahan in Tennessee on barely more than the vet minimum. Greg Gaines getting a 1-year, $3.5 million deal with the Bucks. Trey Brown, who could be corner 3 right now for San Francisco. The Oklahoma product, details TBD there. His agency announced it on Instagram, so not a lot of people actually saw that one. That's how it goes. Maybe it was still down and not working for them. Damar Hamlin, back to the Bills, a 1-year deal. Justin Stranad, back to the Broncos, 1-year deal. Van Jefferson to Tennessee. Takes care of the receiver 4 need, I guess, for the Titans. Earlier this morning, Terrell Dodson, a 2-year, $8.25 million deal to head back to the Miami Dolphins. Larry Ogunjobi to the Bills on I'm a little surprised he got $8 million guaranteed. I don't think he's that good of a player. Mahomes and Chris Jones restructured their contracts. Saves cap space. Last night, some traction. Roy Lopez to the Lions to give some run stopping on a 1-year, $4.65 million deal. Joey Bosa does not go to San Francisco, nor the Dolphins. And he ends up going to the Bills on a 1-year, $12.6 million deal. $12 million guaranteed. He's going to replace Von Miller. Kenneth Gainwell to the Steelers. DeMarcus Robinson to give them some starting options with some injuries and losses at receiver for San Francisco. 2 years, $9.5. Fullback, Trent Sherfield to Denver. Jason Pinnock to the Niners. Eric Stokes, 1-year, $4 million deal. Former first-round pick to the Raiders. Devin Bush, 1 year, $3.25, back to the Browns. Xavier Woods, 2 years, $10 to Tennessee. DeAndre Hopkins, 1 year, $5 million to the Ravens as he gets to reunite with Derrick Henry and Baltimore making, I don't know if they call 1 year, $5 million splash, but it is noteworthy. Like, it's a name everyone's heard of. Ashton Davis to the Dolphins. Also, Nick Westbrook-Akina to the Dolphins as well, 2 years, $6.5 there. Coleman Shelton was with the Bears briefly, now again back with the Rams. Ty Johnson back to the Bills. Nick Neiman to the Texans, 2 years, $6.5. Brady Christensen back to the Panthers. Cole Christensen, spelled differently, to the Chiefs. Jacoby Brissett is going to be the new Cardinals backup quarterback. We've got punter news. Johnny Hecker. Robert Tonyan going to be a blocking tight end for the Chiefs. Kevin Givens, a nice run stopper. Punter Sam Martin. The Saints, for some reason, paying Justin Reed big money when, like, he's a good player, makes him better, but, like, I don't really know what they're going for there. Luke Gifford to the 49ers. He'll be a key special teamer. Peyton Turner, 1 year, $3 million. The Cowboys' favorite move here. Leonard Floyd and Mike Hughes, 2 and back to, respectively, to the Falcons. Jeremy McNichols, 1 year deal to re-sign with the Commanders. Jawan Johnson, 3 years, $30, which I think might have actually come in more like 3 years, $27. As the details kind of slowly begin to flow here. Anthony Nelson, the Buccaneers, which I think was one of the last ones we had that came in the other night. 2 years, $10 million there for Anthony Nelson. Darrington Evans also back to the Broncos. So, or Nelson back to the Bucs, Evans back to the Bills. It's how it goes. Not a lot of crazy action of late in the NFL. Also, I might have misspoke. I said Cole Tonyan a blocking tight end. Not actually a very good blocker. Also, hasn't played very much since that one good year in Green Bay back in 20. Has kind of been battling some injuries there. So my bad if I did say that. Now, today's show is made possible by our friends over at Fanatics. You can get an NFL jersey for your favorite team. Go to chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/NFL jersey. All 32 teams are represented. If you click in there right now, high probability you will end up seeing a bunch of Eagles ones because they're the top sellers at this moment. So get yours today. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. You might have to sort or filter by your team, but it's pretty easy to do. So check out chatsports.com/NFL jersey. All right, several super chats we'll get to here in just a second. We're going to tweak the super chat menu again today. Did I put the bean boozles over there, didn't I? Yeah, we'll grab it if we need it. I'll go back to $5 for the mini helmet raffle entry. It was $10 yesterday, but kind of went in between the volumes, I think is doable for us to track there. And it's also kind of a dead period now. $5 million or $5. Someone super chats $5 million. I don't know what we will do, which you can't even do more than 500, but we will do something insane. $5 for the mini helmet raffle entry. Clearly, I'm in NFL free agency speak. I'm talking about $5 million. $10, we'll talk about your team for a little bit. $20 will spin the Bean Boozled wheel. And at this point, my luck of getting lucky and getting all the good ones early means we only have nasty flavors. Also, they are like 7 months old at this point. So it's going to be kind of gross. $50, I've got some of the spiked lemonade beverages to do today. Figure those a nice transition from orange juice into that. The mimosas we did yesterday. So $50 for that. The most 50s in the month of March gets the signed Zach Martin jersey. Anthony McMillan has lead right now at 8. Brandon Hanna has 6. Jeremy Bramlett and Calvin Raphael all have 5. All right, Super Chat time. Zeno saying, at work, can't chat, but I'm listening. Go Cowboys. Appreciate that, Zeno. Thank you very much. All these supers, by the way, coming in from the Cowboys report. No supers yet on Maine. Chris Broussard's burner account. It's We Don't Like These 304s. He's changed it. What's your favorite NBA Young Boy song? I need new cargo pants. Hey, Stone. Does Stone know any NBA Young Boys? I don't know any. Do you know one? I don't know anything. If the chat has anybody, feel free to chime in here. Stone says Bandit's good. I don't know what that is. You guys used to listen to Young. Once again, how do you do, fellow kids? A lot of people are saying outside today. Stone and Chris both sign off on that one. So there you go. Braden, $2. Anything about Diggs, Amari Cooper, or Cooper Kupp? Let's put some on Cooper Kupp here. I don't know if we have any graphics you can go to, but I think it's a good idea. I would not be surprised if Cooper Kupp ends up getting released today. That there is not a guarantee that Kupp will get cut. Part of his roster bonus guarantees, I believe it's on March 15th. So that's like your actual deadline for the Rams to make a decision. I know they're trying to trade him. I think given the contracts, given the injuries, given everything else, they are having a tough time finding a trade partner for Cooper Kupp. And I would, as I said this when he was first on the trade block, he might get cut. And I think the expectation is that if they don't find a trade partner, they'll cut him. And I think a potential post-June 1st release would also very much be in play for Cooper Kupp. That if and when he's cut, it'll be a post-June 1st. They'll save some more money in the long run. And he'll probably have plenty of interest. And I think to an extent, the receiver market right now is old guys coming off injury or not the same guy they were in their prime. Stefon Diggs, Keenan Allen, Tyler Lockett, Amari Cooper, Cooper Kupp, all those guys fit that mold. And I think once one goes, then you'll start to see some more continue to go off the board there. So I will keep an eye on Cooper Kupp and what happens there. There's a report from Benjamin Albright that the Cowboys were heavily in the mix, and then one from Jay and said they're not in the mix right now. How much does right now carry weight for you? I don't think they're in the mix to trade for him. Never thought that. If he's cut, maybe. But if there's a bidding war, they're out. The Cowboys don't win bidding wars. And don't give me nonsense about the punter being a bidding war. Stop. Brett Mayfield, $10. That is 2 entries into the mini helmet raffle. What is the point of restructuring if you're not going to use it? There are teams, the Cowboys are not one of them, but there are teams like the Niners have kind of done this, the Browns have done it, the Eagles have kind of done it, where if you are a long-term part of the organization, your contract gets restructured no matter what. Because any unused cap space is rolled over. And it kind of falls into the, I'd rather need it and not have it, or I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it thing, you know? Kind of like other stuff. Like, you'd rather have it available, and if you don't use it, then you just roll it over. Because at that point, there's no real difference. But, you know, it is very on brand for the Cowboys to have $50+ million in cap space and sign a couple 1-2 year deals at $3 to $4 million. Like, that's kind of where you're at. So, Brett, I get it. It's, I think, frustrating at this point. Cameron Palmer coming through. $100 super chat. That is 2 beer bongs. You got it, Cameron. Chris will grab some beers. I got the nicely, freshly cleaned beer bong right here. And we'll get going on the early morning, or I guess early afternoon action here. $100 super chat, 2 beer bongs. We'll see what flavor Chris brings over here. Stand by. It's like the spiked lemonade ones. I don't know. Just thought it was a nice transition from the orange juice champagne combination. Chris says 3 days in a row with Tom getting lit. It's up to you guys how much I drink. I did mostly cut myself off yesterday because there was too much carbonation in there. Yeah. Passion fruit lemonade? Okay, we'll see how that is. Passion fruit limeade. That's fine. I don't know. It was available at the store I stopped at this morning. So that's kind of what I went for there. So let me pour this bad boy in. A longer pour. It's a taller glass. Alrighty. Get all the air bubbles out of there. It looks like lemonade. Again, once again, looks like nasty pee. Let's get all the foam out of there. There we go. Foam dissipating. There we go. First one in. Very limey. Extremely limey. They claim it's passion fruit. I don't get much passion fruit. So that's fine. Update. Chargers, in addition to signing Troy Dye, have also brought back Jalen Reagor. So I guess that happened. That's how it goes. Dominic also talking about Cooper Kupp, and you guys get your predictions in too. Where do you think Cooper Kupp will sign? I don't know where he goes. I think there are some top contenders. We'll see if Dallas has interest there. I think that the Patriots are a prime destination. I think the Chargers are a really good fit for Kupp as well. I think you can mostly take the Steelers off the mix if they're making the move for DK Metcalf, and as they sit and wait to see what happens at quarterback, which I will make note, Aaron Rodgers can't sign yet. He has not been cut by the Jets, and that won't happen until the 4 p.m. window at the earliest. Now, you can talk to teams, but that's kind of the standpoint. And look, Patriot Chargers have the most cap space left. Rough cap space left, I should say. Seattle could be kind of fun, but I don't know if that's what they want to do. I'm trying to think of other connections to that coaching staff. Jags may be a fun fit, actually. I don't know about Jacksonville. We'll see. Football fan Skulls got Kupp to the Vikings, which the Kevin O'Connell connection makes sense. They've also kind of got a pretty good receiving core as is. I don't know if that's where Kupp wants to go. I do think Kupp wants to go to a contender, wants to go to a team that's going to be competitive. So I don't know if that makes Carolina the most likely fit, but they could certainly use him. I don't think the Bengals are a fit. I think the Chiefs' moves mean they're probably not going to go down that route, but Dak, we'll go to his because it's on Cooper Kupp here too, talking about with the Commanders sign Kupp. I kind of think that the move for Deebo Samuel was their main move. If anything, I think Washington's going to be in the market for another edge or two. Like that. Like I could see them being a Von Miller team, a Zadarius Smith team, a Tank Lawrence team. He's been a free agent. He's available to sign right now. I think Kupp at least wants to try to be a receiver too somewhere. And I don't know if, Minnesota or the Commanders fully fit that potential spot for number 2 because there is Jordan Addison, there is Deebo Samuel. I'd say Houston makes a lot of sense, but Houston also signed 3 receivers this offseason already. So adding a 4th would be kind of surprising to me. Would be kind of surprising. So let's do this other one here. Boy, this is sitting weird, I'll be honest with you. Sitting on that Chipotle was a bad idea. So here we go.
Well, Tom's doing that. If you guys want your team to make a signing today, go ahead and like today's video for us right now. The more likes, the more likely it is that your team signs a good player. There's not a lot of good players out there right now, but, that's how it goes. Drop a like on today's show for us. Helps us out.
Oh, man. That's a lot of carbonation. This one does have juice in it, too, which is not great. A little bit higher in the sugar content. That's probably a bad idea for me.
Yeah, I saw the sparkling on there and wasn't sure if that was...
That's bad. That was bad. Honestly, that's just a bad choice. It's just a bad choice on me. That's fine. Marcus Arnold, a $5 super chat. Why not start Brock Hoffman at right guard? The line was better with him last year. If you draft one, you're on your way to a $150 million paid offensive line. I think that's what the Cowboys are probably trending towards. is Guyton, Smith, Beebe, Hoffman, Steele. And they'll let TJ Bass, they'll let Robert Jones compete for that role. And if they find the market for, a good value pick in the draft, they can do that. But now they feel like they can scrape by enough options at right guard between Jones and Hoffman and Bass to not be in dire straits. And if they find someone they love, they can go BPA at that point. But as of right now, there's like several different spots that they still need help with. Marcus again, why not trade a fifth for Kupp to avoid a bidding war? Because a bidding war for Cooper Kupp might be like $10 million, might be $12 million. It was the same thing we saw with Jonathan Allen, where I don't think Kupp's going to command the $20 million it cost or $19 million it cost to take him on for one season. So at that point, and teams think that it's kind of like a staring contest, like you're going to cut him, so then we can go get him and we'll save our draft pick in the process. Same thing happened with Jonathan Allen. All these guys everyone outside of like Debo of like, we'll listen to trade offers. Those guys got cut. I get where you're coming from, but I think the contract right now is so extreme for 1 year of Kupp that I don't think anyone wants to trade for him. Broussard's Burner says, do a flip. Bender voice. I'm going to build my own free agency with blackjack and other stuff. In fact, forget the blackjack. We are on day 2 of Futurama jokes here, which I love Futurama. It's a great show. Jimmy Productions. Sorry. Who are potential D-Law edge number 2 pick at 12? We'll see about Tank Lawrence. My suspicion going in for Tank Lawrence has always been the Cowboys said go test the mark coming off a foot injury in 4 games played, and then let us know. And I think there is a possibility that the market for Tank Lawrence is just not there, and he ends up coming back. But we'll see what ends up happening with Tank Lawrence. I think team like the Commanders, the Lions, all make sense for him. Edge 2, pick 12. I don't think you're going to have Shamar Stewart there. I don't think possible. So it leaves like Michael Williams, who didn't test the best at his pro day today, which I think is going to raise some red flags that I think kind of concerns teams in terms of the testing. But Mike Green's got off the field, so that there are options there. I do think Michael Williams is a solid fit, but I don't know if 12 is the right spot for him. All right, Dominic Lancey. If the Patriots were to trade Joe Milton, what team would they trade him to? I mean, in theory, they're trading him to a team that doesn't have a quarterback option right now. So it's like the Titans, some combination of the Steelers/Giants, depending on what happens with the Aaron Rodgers situation. I don't know if a team really is gonna be in the market for him as a backup. I also think that Milton he's this year's Matt Flynn. Like Milton was a 6th-round pick for a reason. He wasn't that good of a prospect. He had a great end of regular season game, but he wasn't good in the preseason, and that flash in the pan doesn't pan out very well. Now, if the Patriots can get a 4th-round pick for him, that's a steal for them. That is great return on your investment. All right, Camden, $5. By the way, all these are into the mini helmet raffle. Whatever team signs Kupp, think he'll be better as an inside slot receiver, or is he better on the outside? It's a good question. I think to an extent, it does kind of depend on what your offensive game planning is going to be. But I think you still kind of do a bit of both. Like you don't. He's got the size to play on the outside. Kupp is like 6'2", 210 or something. Like he's not this like 5'10" slot receiver that I think sometimes people typecast. And I've seen some wow comparisons. But even I'm looking at the numbers here with the Rams. Yeah, he spent more time in the slot this past year. 2023, he tends to spend a little bit more time in the slot overall, but he can still do outside receiver stuff. I mean, he was almost 1-to-1 back in 2022 before he got hurt. So, I still think you should use him some in the slot, but he can also do stuff on the outside. I think that flexibility, and I think also makes a lot of sense. Like, if you're a team that wants to do some of the McVay stuff, if you do those tight splits where you condense the formation down and you kind of have him even as an outside receiver, like at that point, like you're kind of still lined up closer on the inside. Like I think those tight split stuff, which I think is what Brian Schottenheimer meant when he said cut splits. I call it tight splits. Cut splits to me means blocking stuff, but it doesn't really matter. Like if you're gonna bring guys in and throw out of tight formations, I think works. In general, I mean, this is, Madden players figured this out 10 years ago. If you want to run the ball, spread things out. And if you want to pass the ball, condense stuff, because then the defenders have to run more. I think a team wants to condense stuff inside and pass it, do a bunch of play action. Kupp still fits. You just got to worry about the injury concerns and everything else there. So who will end up signing Cooper Kupp? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. We shall see if the Rams end up cutting him today. Earliest I would anticipate the actual release being announced is at the 4 p.m. new league year time frame. I'll go, as your guys' comments come in, I'll give some shout-outs here. The new league year it's calendar-based. It's when signings can actually be signed for outside free agents. It's when trades can be formalized. It's when post-June 1st cuts can officially be designated and made. It just starts the new year. And almost always every year, we get one move in which a player changes their mind and goes, I'm actually not going to sign here. I'm going to go somewhere else. It happened to Eric Kendricks right around this time last year. I think, didn't the Broncos have it happen to them too? Something like that. I think that's the most, it happens every year. The one that always sticks out to me is Anthony Barr, agreed to a massive deal with the Jets and then kind of changed their mind. He changed his mind. So I'm very curious to what ends up happening with that and with Cooper Kupp stuff too. So we got Washington, Bucks. Liam Cohen might want him in Jacksonville. I think that's a decent fit. For a Jags team kind of rebuilding right now, I'd be very, very intrigued by that one. Sergio makes a good point. Randy Gregory was another one. That one was a little bit different. That one wasn't like I changed my mind. That was this contract isn't what I was led to believe it was or thought it was going to be maybe. I think the agent had some influence there too, which ended up helping out the Cowboys. Despite it was task failed successfully. Type of stuff there. Let's see. I got Blaze wants NWI to come back to the Tennessee Titans. I see Seahawks prediction between New York and the Vikings, Patriots, Seahawks, Steelers, Patriots, Giants. That'd be interesting. Keep the comments coming. Who do you think will end up adding Cooper Kupp? We are 2 hours away, by the way, from the new league year getting going. From Football Fan School, Addison out for the first 3 to 4 weeks. I assume that's in reference to potential suspension for his DUI charge. We'll see. The NFL has kind of changed their mindset. They now very much adopt we will wait till the legal system plays itself out. And sometimes that's 2 years later. So I am curious to see how that all ends up playing out there for Addison. But it's a valid point. I just don't know if Kupp wants to go be a receiver 2 for a month and then relegated to receiver 3. I think that could be an issue there. Cornelius Pryor, is Tevin Jenkins on any NFL team's radar? I did see a report. Hold on here. On Tevin Jenkins. I know the Bengals are in the mix there. The Seahawks and Giants, I think, are other teams. I'm just reading the report from James Rapine. Bengals, Seahawks, Giants, all teams that were in the mix for Will Fries. A little bit less so on the Bengals side. All teams that were in the mix for Fries and could pivot that way for Tevin Jenkins. Marcus says, bro, don't kill your liver for these folks. I won't feel the effects of it for 7 years, so who cares? I've often said that is a future Tom problem. I will also say future Tom hates current Tom. Those two do not like each other at all. They've had some massive issues there. It'll be fine. I honestly don't drink outside of work anymore. Like I don't, and even between the end of the season and this, like I probably count on like 2 hands the amount of drinks I've had between the end of the regular season and now. Like I haven't drank anything. So Gizmo2703, you are in to the mini helmet raffle. We'll get to the Marcus Mariota contract news here in just a second as well. Dom's that's Gizmo. Doing Ron Burgundy stuff here. Love the show, but I work nights. Sorry I missed yesterday. I was sleeping. Give me a recap on the Cowboys and if you like it. So 2 notes. We're getting that, by the way. Also, Tom Pelissero is reporting the Rams have informed wide receiver Cooper Kupp that he is being released. So there is your Cooper Kupp update. The Rams are going to release the wide receiver. That'll be done with the start of the new league year. I'm going to update some live headlines here too. But Cooper Kupp is being released by the Cowboys, or by the Rams, because I'm editing the Cowboys side of things. And we'll see how long it takes him to find a new destination. Now, Cowboys free agency has been more active than previous years. Javonte Williams, Robert Jones, Solomon Thomas, Peyton Turner. They brought back Kevontae Turpin on a pretty cheap deal. You know, wasn't actually I think it was 3 years 16 was the reported figure. 3 years 18. It's not. It's 313.5. He's not actually the highest paid special teamer. That's the max value for doing receiver stuff. They brought back Oso Odigizua, C.J. Goodwin, Marquise Bell, Trent Sig. Could argue they maybe got better at 3 technique, and beyond that, they didn't get better anywhere else. They've lost Jordan Lewis, they've lost Shuma Adoga, they've lost Chauncey Golston. They haven't added any like obvious impact players beyond depth. Like individual moves are fine. But the actual stuff is not particularly like the big picture stuff remains lacking, frankly. The news here, by the way, Marcus Mariota is re-signing with the Commanders, a 1-year, $8 million deal, as he will be back as the backup behind Jaden Daniels. So I think that makes sense for all parties involved. Like, gets a little bit more money. Coaching staff likes him. Team likes him. Players likes him. They helped lead the comeback win over the Cowboys, secure the top 15 pick for Dallas, and help the Commanders in the playoff seeding at least there. So Mariota is back, and then Cooper Kupp is done in L.A. He is going to be released, and that should come today, and we will see how long it takes him to find a new destination. Would not be surprised if he ends up getting a spot pretty quickly in the not-too-distant future. Chris, can we do like the that Cowboys I've got in there, with like just they kind of just on Cooper Kupp and do a cut on that, and maybe try to do like that, like just kind of rapid fire, kind of quick VOD and get that one out. It shouldn't require a lot of building, but just kind of double check stuff as we go through super chats here, and then have Stone run the post prod. Let me just do one. You want to bring in the Jane Slater tweet too? That's an option there. We're kind of doing some behind-the-scenes stuff, obviously, for everything going on. The Rams have released wide receiver Cooper Kupp. Are going to release wide receiver Cooper Kupp. That is not set in stone yet. Hasn't been done yet. My guess at the 4 p.m. timeline, that'll be processed and transactioned, and it'll probably be a post-June first cut there. We'll go to some more Super Chats here as well. We'll eventually do a little cut on that for our Cowboys channel as it specifically relates to the Cooper Kupp side of things here. This is from Dom's just talking. Speaking of Kupp, the Cowboys should add him or Stefon Diggs and draft a receiver in the later rounds. I think in many ways, and this is for the Cowboys, obviously, it wouldn't be that dissimilar for like the Randall Cobb signing. You signed him for 1 year. At this rate, $5 million is closer to 10 plus on the open market. And you could still draft somebody if you wanted to. If someone fell to you, if you love T-Mac and he fell to round 1, or if a great receiver falls to you in round 2, or you love someone on round 3 or day 3, I think adding a veteran receiver like Kupp or Diggs or Amari or Lockett or whomstever gives you a option in terms of having the ability to not have to take another high-paid or highly drafted wide receiver and force a pick. Like I think that's always the issue of you having to force a pick. It's when the Cowboys get into issues. That would means you would not have to. But if you get one, feel great about it. JT, how's your liver doing? Liver feels fine. Again, I won't feel the side effects of that till I'm 70. And at that point, who cares at that point? Also from JT, a $5 super chat. Also crazy, there have been no credible rumors linking anyone to the Cowboys. Lots of wide receivers out there. I think in many ways, the wide receiver market is probably kind of waiting a little bit on the Cooper Kupp situation. I think he's probably a little bit higher on the lists than like an Amari Cooper coming off down year and older age and injury stuff and disappearing in cold weather games and road games sometimes. And Stefon is going to have a really bad injury. Maybe not really bad, but a season-ending injury. Tyler Lockett on the very clear downside of his career. Kupp is not the same guy who was in his prime, but he was still pretty darn productive. Even in the 12 games he played. I think if you're in the market for a number 2 receiver, veteran guy, I do think that Kupp fits that for a lot of teams. C. Gonza 616, would Von Miller be a good signing for Dallas? I think so. He's not the same guy who was in his prime. Like that makes sense to me. But like he wanted to be a Cowboy last time. They never made the offer that they wanted. They were never close on the offer. / didn't even make one. At this stage in his career, he's not going to be nearly as expensive. So that wouldn't be a huge shock to me. Peter Zampino, next quarterback to revive their career, just like Sam Darnold. The Colts are like halfway trying to do that with Daniel Jones. I think if you're looking for the Sam Darnold archetype, you're looking for a relatively high draft pick that had a lot of hype, but just never really remotely lived up to the expectations. So your candidates there are, let me go through my lists. Might be Anthony Richardson, Will Levis in the not too distant future. I think the Kenny Pickett race has been run. Let's give up on that one. I think Justin Fields kind of fits that mold. I think the Mac Jones race has been run. Zach Wilson fits that mold. Daniel Jones kind of fits it. And then that's kind of like your available options right now, because I'm not going to go to an older guy that like has already not had the chances, whatever. And I think the original Sam Darnold was still kind of Geno Smith, by the way, because it took Geno a long time to get going there too. Can I say this out loud? King Kong Dong. Can I say that out loud? I don't know. Hashtag DC for life. What would the boys have to give up in a Tyreek Hill trade, and would you do it? I kind of think that the Tyreek Hill trade is not going to happen. From the comments made afterwards by Tyreek Hill, kind of got the vibe of the emotions got the better of him more than maybe they should have previously. So I would say not going to get my hopes up on a Tyreek Hill trade. I think the Dolphins keep him. Because also for Miami, like, they're kind of committed to this version of the team. Like trying to blow it up and rebuild with the coaching staff that's kind of built for Tua, and a Tua who's built for the coaching staff, and trading away your best receiver, or at least one of the better ones at this point. Like, I don't think it really fits what the Dolphins should be doing when they're trying to desperately snap their own playoff issues. It's a lunatic, $2. Left tackle Josh Simmons or T-Mac at 12. For me, it's Tet McMillan. I am worried about the Josh Simmons knee injury. I don't know who, what the status of Simmons really is. Injuries notwithstanding, I kind of have T-Mac as a higher grade. Like, I loved what I saw from Simmons this year. That was a half-season sample size in which he didn't play any good edges, really. So I think I don't know how it would have fared against Abdul Carter. I wish we could have seen that. We did not get the opportunity to see what that looked like in the end. From Nick, but worse, as a Steelers fan, my big question is who gets number 14? It's funny. They can figure that one out. It's funny though. I think as a Steelers fan, the big question is, so who the hell is your quarterback? Is it Russ or Rodgers? And I know that they want to get Rodgers, which is kind of concerning that here we are at this point, and it's like, who's to say, like, where he goes? He can't actually sign again for a few more hours. Like, that's also kind of a pretty sizable red flag and everything there. But, like, I don't know, Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback that all these teams trying to make the playoffs in the Steelers case, or the Giants trying to save their jobs, like, I don't know about that one. That doesn't seem like a very, very well thought out overall plan for me. News here of the day, 2 updates. Cooper Kupp has been released, or is going to be released today. That'll probably come at the 4 p.m. new league year Eastern time. Processing might be a post-June 1st cut too. They were unable to find a trade partner, as I kind of expected them to not find one. The money didn't make any sense there. So whatever team you're a fan of, Cowboys and others, would you sign Cooper Kupp? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know in the comment section of today's video. Would you go sign Cooper Kupp? We are live right now on both the Chat Sports YouTube stream and on the Cowboys Report YouTube stream. Also, I'll put this out there too. I wouldn't rule out the possibility of Cooper Kupp not being the only notable veteran getting cut today. I'm thinking about other players who they were trying to find a trade partner for. Like, I think Jair Alexander could end up being one of those potential options, and he'll draw some interest on a situation which both sides are kind of done with each other, and they're ready to divorce and break up. Would you sign Cooper Kupp? Y for yes, N for no. I think that the price tag's going to come in between $10 to $15 million, which is still less than he was going to make on the final year of his deal, or not the final year, but this upcoming year of his deal in LA. So I think there are a lot of teams that would have interest there. Patriots, Panthers, I think maybe the Cowboys, Chiefs, Packers, Seattle, Tennessee is in desperate need of an actual wide receiver too. There's a lot of teams that will have interest there. And then I think once you see Cooper Kupp go, I think other teams will begin to go, or other receivers like Amari Cooper, like Lockett's, like Keenan Allen, Stefon Diggs. At that point, you might start to see some more movement there. And what has otherwise been a very slow, almost really 36 hours at this point, close to it, action around the NFL. Some movement now with Cooper Kupp, now set to be a free agent. So would you sign him? Y for yes, N for no. Get those votes in for me in the comment section of today's show. The Rams did not announce this, by the way. So they have informed Cooper Kupp. And they probably, again, won't announce that until when the new league year begins, 4 p.m. Eastern. We'll have some developments there. There are a couple of super chats we can get to here as well, Chris, as you kind of finish up building the rest of that on the fly Cooper Kupp video for our Cowboys channel. Several Cowboys report super chats. L3E Vlogs, I'll put his name in there into the mini helmet raffle, where $5 gets you in to the mini helmet raffle on today's show. He says, who are your top prospects today if you were the GM? Tom for GM. Do you mean free agency options or draft options? Because prospects, I think of draft, but I'll give both here. Specifically for the Cowboys, I think receiver is an area of concern. So Lockett, Kupp stand out as top candidates for me at receiver, and we'll see what the Diggs and Cooper relationships are like. I think you could try to bring back Tyron Smith in the end. Edges, Von Miller, bring back Tank Lawrence, buy low on Azeez Ojulari, Caleb Von Chasen, Zadarius Smith, all make sense. Linebacker is a big-time need. Kendrick, Shaq Thompson, EJ Speed, Jack Sanborn. Cornerback is Asante Samuel Jr., Mike Hilton, Rasul Douglas, Jonathan Jones. Those guys can start for you, and you've got pretty big needs there. Draft-wise, round one, we'll do a video on that soon, I promise you. Marcus Arnold. Steelers should have gone after Daniel Jones. I don't think if Daniel Jones is the right answer to your question, the question is wrong. It's not actually one that I would ever truly consider. I don't think he's good. I think Russell Wilson and Rodgers are better. I just don't think any of those are like truly great, like huge long-term solutions in the end. Drew DTX, tell me not to get my hopes up today. At this point, I'll take Stefon Diggs just for another weapon purposes. Also, I know we signed Osa, but what if we got paired him up with Levi Onwuzurike while Mozzie learns? I mean, I think adding a nose guard would be a smart move by the Cowboys. Dalvin Tomlinson stands out to me as a really good fit there. Because after that, it's old Mike Pennell. Byron Cowart was fine as like a 3-technique run stopper. Like it's just the defensive tackle market wasn't crazy deep, and it's kind of not gotten any better outside of like Dalvin Tomlinson. So I don't know. That's just how it's the Cowboys, is how they operate. But I think receiver, DT still, / defensive end, one of those guys, where they're going to play Solomon Thomas, which might just be 3-technique in the end. Edge still, linebacker, corner, all things they should go try to pursue. And receiver's one of them, because I think they need to get a wide receiver here. You all set there, Chris? We will do a special specific Cowboys cut here on the release of Cooper Kupp. We'll also mention some other teams that are, I think, potentially going to be in the mix here for Kupp beyond the Cowboys. I think maybe even some more willing to spend cash contenders here. This will be available on demand, by the way, on our Cowboys Report YouTube channel. So make sure you guys are locked in on both of those. I'll say this. Any super chats that come in while we are doing this cut will count double. So everything counts double. $5 is going to be 2 entries and beyond and everything else in there. And I guess $50 will count as double beer bongs too. I might really regret that decision, but why not? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. We'll have some fun as we break down the Cooper Kupp release. Some potentially very specific news for the Dallas Cowboys. The Los Angeles Rams have reportedly informed wide receiver Cooper Kupp that they will indeed be releasing him today. I would assume at the 4 p.m. new league year opening. They will post June 1st cut Cooper Kupp. They have tried to find a trade partner, and I think, as we've discussed for a while now, the sizable contract that exists for Kupp made it unlikely that they were going to find a trade partner. He was due almost $20 million this year. I don't think anyone is going to have to pay him that. I don't think anyone is going to want to pay him that. And then it's going to be teams will go from 10 to 15-ish, maybe a little bit more, $1 million in the open market. I think the Rams are trying to do right by Kupp, and I just don't think the market was ever there from the trade perspective. But as we saw with Jonathan Allen, I think it will be there from the release and free agency perspective. Now, Jane Slater tweeting this out a little over an hour ago. I realize there's a lot of talk about Cooper Kupp and the Cowboys. A source informed tells me that they're quote-unquote not in the mix right now. We'll spend some time on this and some of the other reports that have been out there. I know Benjamin Allwhite reported that the Cowboys were in the mix. To me, how I interpret this is how much stock, how much emphasis do you want to put on right now? Because they have never been in the mix, in the market, as a trade candidate. That was never going to happen. They don't pay that amount of money in trades. They want to win the deal. They were not going to go trade for Cooper Kupp. But now that he's going to be cut, that does change things. That does change how the Cowboys feel. And I do think the right now was more about the trade. I also know there's going to be lots of teams interested in Cooper Kupp who does fit really well as a wide receiver too, that doesn't limit your long-term options if you want to draft or develop somebody on your roster, and I think would benefit your team. I think does fit what Schottenheimer wants to do. Does that mean it'll happen? I mean, you Cowboys fans know how this works. The Cowboys get linked, and sometimes they get somebody, sometimes they don't. I don't want to presume it'll be different this time, but it'd be kind of a happy surprise if it did end up happening that way. So would you sign Cooper Kupp if you ran the Cowboys, or if you're a Cowboys fan, or if you're a non-Cowboys fan? Why not? It's the pinned comment on today's video. The ad comes here on YouTube. Take advantage of it. Head down there and let me know. If the ad comes on YouTube, go vote. Would you sign Cooper Kupp? Y for yes, N for no. Kupp is not the guy he was in his prime. He has missed time each of the past 3 seasons. It is not realistic to expect a near 2,000-yard campaign again wherever Cooper Kupp goes. But I think it is still kind of realistic to expect, maybe he missed some time with injuries. Maybe he only plays 12 games, but he can get you around 700 yards in those 12 games. He can be not that dissimilar, and I mean this in a positive sense, to what the Cowboys got out of Randall Cobb back when they signed him in Mike McCarthy's first year. It is worth mentioning there is a relationship that exists on this Cowboys staff with Cooper Kupp. Their new wide receivers coach is Junior Adams, who they hired from Oregon, who had spent a long time in the college ranks, including coaching Cooper Kupp at Eastern Washington. I don't think that type of thing should be ignored. But I think there's going to be, and we'll get into this more in depth in a little bit here, a lot of teams in the market for Kupp. I think they're within a receiver class that has no actual wide receiver ones, that saw DeAndre Hopkins go for 1 year, $5 million as he declines in ages and everything else there. I think that there will be teams in the market for Kupp. I think this is probably one of the better free agents now left unsigned, because there aren't a lot of NFL free agents who are good that are currently unsigned. But if you are the Cowboys, if you want to be selectively aggressive, this is one of those moves that maybe you do consider. It's not going to cost you long-term money. You have more than enough cap space to make this work. There are only a handful of teams that have more cap space than you right now. Not all of them need a wide receiver. And it's been a really long time since the Cowboys made something like, wow, that's a lot of money. Guess we have to talk ourselves into it. That hasn't happened for the Cowboys in a very long time. Kupp can play on the inside and outside, just like CeeDee Lamb does. I think that fits pretty well. We'll talk about some potential threats beyond Dallas, potential destinations for Kupp here in a second, but you can get your own Cowboys turnover chain over at chatsports.com/Cowboys chain. Link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. It's the officially licensed NFL turnover chain. Mine's the silver link. The blue one is available on there as well. Often on sale, so keep an eye out for that as well. Chatsports.com/Cowboys chain. You can look at this Cowboys wide receiver room and go, yeah, man, they need help. Like Brandon Cooks, Cooks made comments about the front office not being as aggressive as they need to be, which I think was a death sentence for him returning to the Dallas Cowboys. And honestly, I didn't want him to come back anyway, because I didn't want this Cowboys team to feel comfortable saying, let's just do it with Lamb, Cooks, Tolbert, Mingo, Turpin, Brooks, Flournoy, and say, we're good. That wasn't good enough last year. You have to try different things. And I think Cooper Kupp offers more and different things than what the Cowboys offer right now and have right now in the wide receiver room. And I do think he is a good fit. Brian Schottenheimer made comments about wanting to run the ball more, being able to run the ball more frequently. The general guess, vibe, expectation is that they want to do some more condensed formations where the receivers come in tighter. That's all stuff Cooper Kupp did really well in LA. To do motion, to do condensed formations, to run block. Like in many ways, it's a supercharged version of Noah Brown. And I mean that in the most positive sense for Cooper Kupp, by the way. There are downsides. The injuries are a huge factor. The cost is always an issue for Dallas. But I think it'd be cool one time if Dallas was like, yeah, we paid for a bigger name free agent than what we've done previously. Like, they have not spent more than actually like $5 million, 5.5. They've gone above 6 since Greg Hardy. That's how long it was. Brandon Carr. Like, I know there was the claim of, the Cowboys have trust issues going after big free agents from a decade ago. No GM operates that way except Dallas. It'd be nice to do something that even remotely resembles a splash. So where does Cooper Kupp play in 2025? I'll break down some other top contenders here in just a second, but let me know in the comments section of today's video. I think there are several teams that are going to have interest here. The Packers are looking for another guy that can beat man coverage. I think Kupp can still do some of that. The Seahawks have a lot of uncertainty now at wide receiver beyond Jackson Smith and Jigba. I know they signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Whatever. The Titans, although they're not really contenders, are in desperate need of getting additional help at wide receiver. Van Jefferson cannot be more than your wide receiver 4. Let's be honest here. The Patriots stand out as a fit. They've got massive amounts of salary cap space. They need a legit better option, more proven option, wide receiver. There are connections coaching staff-wise with the Texans and the Minnesota Vikings right now. Houston, though, did sign multiple free agents already this offseason at receiver and a couple slot guys. So that's not the most logical sense. The Vikings have Justin Jefferson. They have Jordan Addison. They're thin body-wise beyond that, with Addison potentially facing a suspension. But I wonder if Minnesota would rather spend another $10 million on secondary help than kind of going back down the path of another higher-paid wide receiver. And remember, this is Cooper Kupp's decision as well. Also, Chargers, I think, fits very well and wouldn't have to move at all either. Gets to stay in the same city, basically. Chiefs are always linked to receivers, too. All of those teams make sense to me. And Kupp gets now input, too. I think he wants to go be a contender. I don't think he wants to just – it's why I didn't mention Carolina that much, because I don't know if they want to pursue massive figures. And if Kupp wants to go down and be like veteran option for a young QB, he might be like a year or two away from doing that. He might choose to go down the ring-chasing path, which I think is always a pretty solid idea in the end. So I am very curious what ends up happening with Cooper Kupp. But I think for a lot of NFL teams, they're going, okay, this is a good player now in the open market. He's aging. He's battled injuries. He can still help us. And in a receiver class that is not in great shape, this will help them accomplish that. So before we end this one here, if you want more Cowboys free agency updates, hit that sub button, youtube.com/CowboysTV for more free Cowboys YouTube videos. So where does Cooper Kupp end up playing in 2025? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Lots of super chats here from Nick Marine Burnett and on. All those are doubles. The 2-for-1, including Adam Martinez on the main side of things. We'll get to all the super chats that came in, and maybe we'll get more action in the open market beyond Cooper Kupp ending up or beyond Cooper Kupp getting released. I think we'll get some more developments too in the next week or so, or the next 2 hours. Like, we should get some more releases, and maybe we even get a development and a change on the Aaron Rodgers front. So I haven't seen anything there. So where does Kupp play in 2025? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. And we can also run through the top players that are available that Sam just built too. If you want to build those, it'll be fun. Hit that after these super chats here. Shout out Sam for building all of the extra graphics there for the top free agents who are available. Adam Martinez on main. This is double the entries for the mini helmet raffle. Have the Texans done enough to solidify their new offensive line, or do they have to address needs more in the draft? Honestly, the Kenyon Green trade's fine, whatever. Maybe they move on from Jimmy Ward. I don't get that, but Green stunk. You can't sell me that going from Laramie Tunsil to Lincoln Tomlinson makes your offensive line better. I think Houston is in worse shape now on the offensive line. I think they have to add talent up front. And I get they've invested a lot. First-round pick in Howard and pay him. Cutting Shaq Mason was fine. Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson combination. Blake Fisher is maybe the right tackle there. You don't have a good enough left tackle right now for me, or at least a legitimate true top-end starting offensive lineman. That's why I was so shocked they traded away Tunsil. I get he was getting up there in age and he was older and more expensive, but you have to draft linemen now, even more so. And I don't think they have done enough to solidify it. I think frankly they are worse on the offensive line, and it was bad last season. So that's a pretty big red flag for me. And I was shocked when that deal happened, and I still don't get it. Now, check back again in April, at the end of April. Maybe I'll feel better. Maybe they can go swing a trade up for somebody even. But right now, I don't feel great about it. Garrett, $5. Michael Penix, the most underrated quarterback this season. What do you think about him? A lot riding on him, frankly. I think we saw about what was expected out of a rookie QB who was inserted in the lineup, down the stretch. They went 1-2. He had sub 60% completion rates, 3 TDs, 3 interceptions. I think you saw enough good things of overall flashes and more than enough stuff to work on. I think what your hope, Falcons fans should feel optimistic about it. I think all the teams that drafted QBs in round 1, right? Denver with Bo Nix, obviously Jane Daniels in Washington, Drake May in New England, Caleb Williams, Penix, McCarthy Eve. I think all those teams should feel okay, we think we have our guy, and you're hoping for a step forward, a breakout in year 2. And although I'm not sure how much more Jane Daniels can really break out, but just having another step forward of establishing yourself as this is our guy. We spent the first-round pick, and it was worthwhile. And for Atlanta, honestly, it's about Penix saving those front office jobs. Otherwise, that was a really bad decision on their part to take Penix and sign Cousins, and it can kind of override the mistakes there. Jeremy, the most recent one on Cowboys report here. If the Cowboys wanted Kupp, they have 3 number 5 picks. They could have traded one. Yes, but I don't think anybody wanted to give Cooper Kupp the contract stuff. The Rams would have had to eat some money that they could save by just cutting him. So I don't really think that was a good option for LA. I don't think anyone wanted to pay Cooper Kupp almost $20 million for one season. I think that was a non-starter for every NFL team. Paying a guy 20 and giving up a 5th-round pick versus paying a guy 15, 16 are very different propositions. You saw it with the Minnesota Vikings. They paid Allen just under 20 what he was owed, but didn't have to give up a pick in the process. Nick Marine Burnett says Jerry Jones and his Kmart shopping. It's how it goes sometimes, isn't it? Yeah, the Cowboys have not been extremely active in free agency so far. I mean, they've been more active than previous years. That doesn't mean it's good activity. From Matt Hervey, think we could have any surprise trades on draft day? I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule out a trade in general for the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know who that player would end up being, going from or going to. If they spend an early round pick on a tight end, like maybe then it starts to make sense to shop somebody, but I think that's a bit unlikely right now. But the Cowboys, about every other year, make a draft day trade. So that they traded down this past year. They haven't moved up, I think it was once in the past 5 years, but a draft trade would not be a shock to me at all. Gizmo, I think Cooper Kupp would be a great addition for the Cowboys, but feel like we won't get him, but would love to have him. Not sure what that you're scraping on the. That's your scraping? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, just make sure you're muted then. Sweet. Gizmo. I think Cooper Kupp would be a great addition, but would love to have him. Probably how it ends up going. I am very concerned that it's going to be more of the reports of the Cowboys had interest. They had interest in Xavier Woods, interest in Dre Greenlaw, and they weren't close to getting him. Gotham guy, could Kupp be our Cole Beasley with Lamb as our number 1 and number 2 receiver? I think Kupp offers you more outside stuff, though. Kupp is 6'2". He's not small. Cole Beasley's tiny. Kupp will do some slot stuff. Lamb will do some slot stuff for you. I think those two guys would be your 1-2, and you can let Tolbert do some inside-outside stuff, and I think you can have some success and creativity and everything else kind of combined there. Chris B, of course Dallas is in Kupp. If it's more than $3 million, they're out. Don't expect much anymore. The front office sucks. My fandom is slipping. It is wild to have the NFL salary cap jump by $100 million and the Cowboys to not change their max free agency spending plan. I get that math is hard and trying to do percent of the caps is impossible, but Randall Cobb getting 1 year $5 million was a great signing by the Dallas Cowboys. It was the one good year he had for 7 years was in Dallas. He was bad in Houston. He was kind of washed up in Green Bay and flamed out in New York. But not going above the 1 year 5 when the cap's gone up by so much, you're not in the same league of player anymore. You simply have to pay more in the end. Eric Ramsey, does Dallas draft a backup quarterback or free agents? And with Dak's help, I think this is a real priority. As I've said before, I think that the injuries for Dak, I think, are probably the biggest valid concern. Because it's been a semi-consistent thing. Some of them have been freak injuries. Some have been, not as freak injuries. You're going to have to acknowledge that. Otherwise, I think we're just kind of burying heads in sand a little bit there. I would not be surprised if Cooper Rush just comes back on a 1 year deal. And I think they'd like to draft somebody on day 3. It's just a question of, is there anybody worth drafting on day 3? Is there a guy that they like that falls to them? Or do those quarterbacks all get pushed up because it is a bad class? Jimmy, I don't get why DT is a need for us. We already have Mozzie and no starting, so it wouldn't make sense drafting Walter Nolan or Kenneth Grant. Well, part of the need is, what happens if Osa goes down? What if Osa gets hurt? You're going to play Solomon Thomas and Miles Smith and think that you're good? That's a bad DT room. So maybe it's not in round 1. Or it's in a trade down scenario. But you still need defensive tackle because you don't have the bodies at this moment to kind of survive along the defensive line. It doesn't have to be your first round pick. That's fine. It could be a day 2, a day 3 pick, another veteran signing. But they are not good enough at defensive tackle to justify saying we're set with Osa and Mozzie, who I hope is better, but I don't trust fully yet. And Solomon Thomas and hasn't played real games, Justin Rodgers. So, Mighty Ant 0215, where's our linebacker? Would be nice to see something happen at that spot, wouldn't it? Eric Kendricks is still out there. I think if you sign a veteran, take a day 3 pick, you're probably fine. But they have money available. They have money to go get a linebacker, a corner, and a receiver. It's just a question of would they actually choose to go down that path and do it. Chris Broussard's burner, we should sign Jeff Kavanaugh to play wide receiver. I think he used to play receiver too, right? If I'm remembering properly. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, at this point, it's not like it's a bunch of good receiver options. There's them. Let's run through some of the top free agents, and then we can go to the Shutch team ones too. Some notable free agents. Of note, Cooper Kupp not included on this list because he has not been officially released. That is expected to happen today, probably when the new league year begins. But that has not officially happened at this time. So some of your top guys are Amari Cooper. This is not necessarily ranked, by the way. Amari Cooper, Stefon Diggs, Mike Williams. I think Elijah Moore as a youngster kind of has a upside, untapped potential mindset. Keenan Allen, veteran kind of slot runner receiver. Cooper Kupp. Well, I guess Cooper Kupp is on the list. So Sam did it on the fly. Great job, Sam. Brandon Cooks, Tyler Lockett, I think, is an intriguing one who is very much on the decline, but can still contribute for like one more year. Robert Woods is a veteran. He's like a 4 if we're being honest here. Good old Juju's out there, right? Let's talk quarterbacks here too. So we'll just kind of run through. Let's go position group. Let's go to some of the drivers stuff, and then other positions. We'll just kind of chill with that rotation for the next hour 20 until the new league year begins, or until we get actual news. Wouldn't that be nice? Interesting note here. I'm just now seeing on Cooper Kupp. He's due a $5 million bonus, but that amount will be reduced by his earnings elsewhere this year. Now, I kind of think Kupp is going to get at least $5 million, so the Rams might not have to pay anything there, but maybe he could sign super cheap. And not, if he's not getting more than like a $6 million offer, at that point, he might just kind of chill and relax and have a lower deal. I don't know. That's a noteworthy development there from Spotrac, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, quarterbacks, it's Rodgers and Wilson, and both not in the Giants and Steelers are kind of the main teams there. And we'll see who goes where. I feel like one goes to Pittsburgh, one goes to the Giants, and then, who the heck is the Titans quarterback going to be? Are they going QB at 1, or are we going to ride with the Winston train, which I think would be super fun as not a Titans fan? Joe Flacco's out there as a backup option. Mac Jones, of other backup options that are not the greatest. Then I will make note too, Marcus Mariota is back with the Commanders on a 1-year deal, $8 million for the Commanders' backup QB. It's kind of higher end backup quarterback money, and then you get to like the 12 to low 20s. That's like bridge quarterback range. So let's play this game. Shout out your favorite team, and whoever we see first, we will talk about. Chris, I'll let you handle this one here. So break that one down for me.
Go ahead and spam your teams in there. I'm going to give it a second. Let them kind of rotate through before I look over at the comments. Let's go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I see Lions.
Lions?
Lions.
Okay. I mostly like what Detroit's done. I'm still looking for another edge for them at minimum. I think would be beneficial. I kind of thought that the move to replace Carlton Davis and bring in DJ Reed, I thought was actually an upgrade at a cheaper cost. Maybe not, but that's the way I feel about it. I think bringing back Marcus Davenport made sense as an edge piece. Derek Barnes back at linebacker, that's fine. Zeke Turner, Pittman are just depth players. Dan Skipper's a depth player. Roy Lopez back to help out some defensive line help. I just think that getting another edge in there, not named just Marcus Davenport, adding someone that can maybe do some inside-outside stuff for you. Maybe it's not inside-outside, but like Von Miller would be fun. Maybe even Zadarius Smith back on a super cheap deal would be good. They haven't really lost all that much as far as I'm concerned. Ifeatu Melifonwu's gone, Carlton Davis is gone, but if they're just healthy on defense this year, That'd be nice. As the big issues really were the loss of coaching personnel. That's going to be the main challenge there for the Lions, and we'll see how that one plays out in the end. All right, let's play this game one more time, and then we will go through some more top free agent stuff. We'll just kind of bounce back and forth on that there. So chance again to get your comments in, let things sit and ride and go from there. There we go. Giants signed Stone Forsythe. So there's a swing tackle option. I need real news, NFL. Give me some real traction here. All right, Chris, what you got? First team.
All right, looking over now, I see Chargers.
Okay, Chargers. I don't think they're done either. I am very curious what the Evan Ingram decision ends up being. Is it Chargers or Broncos? But between those two teams, which spot does he end up going to? Chargers have been not crazy active. I do like the Najee Harris deal. I think he's a good fit for what they want to do. They've brought back Khalil Mack. That was kind of a no-brainer. J.K. Scott, the punter, was a punter. Dante Jackson at corner, okay, a little inconsistent for me. I think Bradley Bozeman, bringing him back is fine. Tyre Tarts, 1 year up to $5 million, cool. Troy Dye, whatever. Jalen Reagor, whatever. I think the Najee Harris one is the move that stands out the most to me. I think it was reported as like 1 year of 9. It's really 1 year 5.25, which is a much more favorable deal. But they had some losses too. Poona Ford's loss stinks. He was really good for them. Joshua Palmer, whatever. Receiver still an area of concern. Christian Fulton was good, but that's a semi-sizable loss. Joey Bosa getting cut was not a surprise to anybody, but does create holes at edge, receiver that remains, corner still kind of with, don't think Asante Samuel's going to return, but we'll see on that front. So overall, I think it's fine for LA. Let's hit the top free agent running backs, since J.K. Dobbins is one of those. The Chargers this past year. Then we'll go back to some Super Chats, too. J.K. Dobbins is out there. Rico Dowdle, who I think is probably the best one. Like, Dobbins has a bunch of injury histories that I think are red flags, and Dowdle was very productive last year. Nick Chubb has been the best back on this list, but he was not the same coming back from another devastating injury last year. He has not been the same guy. Miles Sanders was cut by Carolina. He's out there. Raheem Mostert was cut earlier. That's a age. It's always a bit concerning when you had speed and now you're 32 years old. That combination kind of raises some red flags there. Jamal Williams is a power back. I could totally see like the Bears bring him on like a 1-year deal to compete for a roster spot. Like that, I could see happening. The Gus Bus is available if you want a power back. A.J. Dillon didn't play at all last year coming off injury. His status is very murky. Kareem Hunt, Cam Akers are kind of in like the journeyman category. That's something that's worth keeping an eye out for, of like what do their markets actually look like. And of note, too, it is a loaded running back draft class. It is insanely deep for rounds 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and all kinds of stuff. So I think that is why you haven't seen a lot of action in the free agent market in the backfield. A, it's not that great of a group, but also like it's such a good draft class. They don't have to be crazy aggressive there. Joe O'Donnell, a $5 super chat on the chat sports side. What do you think of Jack Sanborn? As a Bears fan, I'd love to see him back, but he's going to go elsewhere. I imagine he wants to start. I think you have him pretty well pegged. Matt Eberflus and the Bears pretty much exclusively ran 2 linebacker sets. Like, they didn't do a lot of base personnel. When they did some base personnel, that's when Sanborn went out there. I think he's honestly been kind of an under-the-radar player for Chicago. I think you're right. He probably does want a chance to start. We haven't seen him in really that much of like normal coverage opportunities. I mean, I think his his most snaps was like 30-something in a game this past year, something like that. He only played like 230 or something. So I think he does want to start somewhere. He may or may not find the market, though. And in that case, when it's close, sometimes re-signing, if the new regime wants you, ends up making the most sense. So I don't know where Jack Sanborn goes. I think Cowboys actually do make some sense given the presence of Matt Eberflus, but it also requires Eberflus to trust, to trust that he wants Sanborn back. Nick Smith. How much cap space do the Colts have, and who can they get? I love the Bynum and Ward signings, $120 million between them both. I mean, I think those guys, they had to get help. You couldn't run it back at corner and safety this year with what Lou Anarumo does on defense. You had to get some high football IQ players. I think they've done that. Over the cap right now says a little under $12 million, but I don't think that reflects the Braden Smith restructure. I also don't know if that counts for the Charvarius Ward. No, Ward's on there, and Bynum is on there too. I know if you restructure Braden Smith or he takes a pay cut, you can save a lot of money. So I don't know what the money's gonna be there in the end. It might be like an extra $10 million. Coming into free agency, they had about $34 million, but the cap space stuff, especially before the deals are formally announced, is very loosey-goosey at best. I think you could also cut, who was it? Rodney Thomas. He was like $3 million for the cut. So they've got money to spend more, whether it's offensive line. It's kind of an area. I think they would have interest in like a Tevin Jenkins too. Like that could be a fit for them. But again, the free agent crop that's left is not the sexiest group. Chris B. Better hope the Giants don't get a quarterback. The Cowboys could be fourth in the division. Yeah, I mean, the Commanders went from fourth to second / 1.5 maybe by getting a QB. You're never actually that far away. If you do it right, you are a year away. Doing it perfect is hard, but that's how life is in the NFL. It's a parity league, so you kind of get that stuff. Mikey, give me Kupp or Diggs. Looking for my dopamine right now. I mean, I've said it before. Like, how cool would it be to have to talk ourselves into, hey, you might have overpaid for a good, not great player in free agency, as opposed to, hey, you won the deal on a 1-year, $3 million deal with a guy that you've heard of but wasn't good in the NFL. Wouldn't that be cool? One time to get to do that? Like one time? I don't know. C. Gonza. Wouldn't mind Elijah Moore for Dallas, too. I think he was better with the Jets. There were obvious quarterback issues at times in both spots. But I think Elijah Moore is like that cheap, young, upside swing that the Cowboys have done. They've done a lot this offseason. Peyton Turner and Javonte Williams. They typically like trying to find guys who are not necessarily on their third or fourth contract. Sometimes they do, but that's been the trend this time around. Mike says, I have YouTube Premium. Can't take advantage of ads. Then pause it when I say it, I guess is what I'll say there. Adwin, I hope in my heart we get Kupp and add Tez in the draft. If the RPO offense is the way, this will help Dak and CD. Hope Deuce starts too. I don't think they're going to start Deuce Vaughn. In fact, the longer Rico remains unsigned, the more there's like the possibility the Cowboys and Rico doesn't get the contract offer that he wants. He signs back cheap, and the Cowboys draft somebody, and Deuce Vaughn's the first back out. I think that is in the range of outcomes, but probably still unlikely. It's just a draft pick, Javonte, and maybe 2 draft picks competes with Deuce Vaughn. But I think like that fixes your receiving room. Kupp and Tez and Lamb and Tolbert, like that's a good group. It's just again, why just burn a fourth round pick on Jonathan Mingo? Slam and Sam. KC has half a defensive line. Will they fix it in the draft? They have money available. I could see them like running it back with Mike Pennell. I think they're going to hope that Felix Anudike-Uzomah has a breakout year. I think at minimum, this screams of a team that's going to draft multiple defensive linemen this year. Because right now, I think Chris Jones is the only defensive tackle actually under contract outside of like future deals stuff. So like they have to get more pieces up there. I would bet they try to bring back Mike Pennell. Maybe they're like a sneaky Malik Collins team or something. But it is a pretty good defensive tackle class. I could very much see a round 2 pick and a day 3 pick all going to defensive tackle. I could very much see them double dipping here. MA football guy, Big Dad Bod here. Welcome to the club, my boy. I'd love to see the Patriots sign Tevin Jenkins. I think there's a decent amount of teams that are like, yeah, we wouldn't mind Tevin Jenkins. I think right guard is in good shape with Mike Unwenwu. I think actually the right side of the line is probably good in New England with Unwenwu and Morgan Moses. You're hoping do you move Cole Strange back to center? Do you give up on him? I don't want to trade Unwenwu at tackle. I think he's better at guard. I know he's done both. I just don't like Vidarian Lowe and Caden Wallace. Stop it. Let's go get a real tackle or a guard, and you try to get by at tackle, and you kind of protect the interior of the offensive line for Drake May, who I really do like, by the way. Now let's discuss the offensive linemen, too, while we're at it. Some of the top available offensive linemen, since there were plenty of questions on, like, who could go to who there. Cam Robinson's out there. I don't think he's anything special, but I think as a stopgap option, 1 year at less than what Dan Moore made, why not? That's actually, I think, a good fit. Now, there's also a chance that the longer this goes, someone in the Cam Robinson range just waits until after the draft and gets a little bit more money and a guaranteed starting spot. Like, at his age, he's kind of like fluctuating on the range there of like, I get a long-term deal or I'm on a 1-year deal, and the last thing you want to do is sign a 1-year deal as you go into your age 30 season and then lose a job to the first-round pick. That's never a good thing. Joseph Noteboom, who was a bad signing by the Rams, but he's available there. I haven't heard much on Tyron Smith retiring, so that's still an option. Jedrick Wills is. Do you remember the meme of doesn't work but could be fun to fix, and it's like the busted record player? That's Jedrick Wills. Doesn't work right now as an offensive lineman, but he was a first-round pick. If you can fix him, it could work out for you. Kevin Zeitler is still playing pretty good football at his age. I don't know how much more he actually has in the tank, but a team should bring him as a stopgap starter. Brandon Scherf has been released by the Jags. He doesn't have a whole lot left, I don't think. Will Hernandez, coming off injury, can be a stopgap starter. Tevin Jenkins is like a low-end-ish starter, but I also watched low-end-ish left tackle Dan Moore get $20.5 million, so there you go. Josh Myers is probably one of the better center options. Curious where he goes and for what. I know there's some – don't know who you talk to. People like him and people don't like him. Mekhi Becton is probably one of the better guards. I'm also always a bit worried about like the – saved my career with the best offensive line around me. How does that play out in year 2? The Eagles trading for Kenyon Green, though, makes me think he won't be back. Now, NFL jerseys are available, including offensive linemen, over at chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com. Look at that, back-to-back linemen. Good job there, Chris. I honestly forgot I had lineman jerseys in there. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. All 32 teams. It does sort right now by like best available, or like not best available, by most popular, and that's all Eagle stuff. So you got to filter / search for your team and player, but it's pretty easy to do. Even my daughter can do it. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. Let's get some predictions here. Who will end up signing Aaron Rodgers? Let me know in the comments of today's video. I will give some shout-outs here. Sip some of my I don't eat or drink well during big events, and that's just like caffeine and food. And beer. It's not a good combination for me, if I'm being honest. But we do what we have to. I see Steelers, Giants, Vikings. Giants, Steelers, Vikings. Giants, Steelers, Vikings, Commanders. Seems like you're just being a Commanders fan there. Raiders, retirement. That'd be fun. I think the funniest outcome is the Vikings, or he just strings these teams along for another week and then goes, I'm actually going to retire. I think that'd be really funny. But I just want to have, that's just me being chaos creator more than anything else. Gaming says Chat Sports. He's going to go be the, they'll go join the Pat McAfee show. That's not an insult at all, but just want to mention that. Not us. He has a gig already. Cowboys, no chance. Titans, Vikings are pull a Flacco. Steelers. Lot of buzz of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh ends up being the team that gets him there. Steelers, XFL, Falcons, Texans. Okay, you guys are crazy. All right, we are inside of 1 hour until the new league year begins at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Cody, Chargers sitting on thumbs first 2 days as they sign Becton and Myers and bring back Allen, draft Ibuka, round 1, round 2, Fannin, and then Taylor or Ferguson, round 3. I don't know if you need 2 tight ends. I think it's a good plan, though. Keenan Allen's fun, and Ibuka, that's kind of not the worst comp either. I think Becton could be a lot of fun for the Chargers. I would actually like that fit a lot. I think it's a good plan there. All right, what we're going to do is Super Chat menu. I'm going to go pee after that. Rules are any $50 Super Chat that comes in while I am peeing counts double. I think that's fair. And then you can probably just run through some of the signings while I'm peeing here. I think maybe is the most logical move there. $5, you're into our mini helmet raffle. $10, we'll talk about your team. $20 for the Bean to Boozle. $50, while I go pee, is Taylor Fannin or Ferguson the third. Okay, that makes more sense. Sorry, Cody, my bad. I think that plan works pretty well. I think that does. Most of these months March gets you signed Zach Martin jersey. Chris will take over while I go take my quick bathroom break before the new league year begins. Any 50s that come in, the rules are when I take my bathroom break, I have to be punished there. So 50s count double, as we'll bring on producer Chris and let him run through all of the recent moves, of which there have not actually been very many. Chris?
Tom is right. There have not been very many moves today. Stone Forsythe signing with the New York Giants. It's the most recent move, and that was probably 30 minutes ago. I mean, there's only been 10 moves all day, max. Marcus Mariota signs a 1-year deal with Washington, $8 million. It's a good backup quarterback, I think. You got with Jaden Daniels there. If anything happens to him, Marcus Mariota is definitely not Jaden Daniels by any means, but he might be able to go out there and win some games or something for you. He's not going to be a guy that's going to go on a playoff run or anything like that for you. But it's a good backup signing, I think, keeping him there in Washington. And we had Jalen Reagor signing again with the Chargers there at wide receiver. Same with Troy Dye at linebacker. He got a 2-year, $5.5 million deal. Rashad Weaver signing with the Jets, 1-year deal there. And then Marquez Valdez-Scantling, 1-year deal, $5.5 million, up to $5.5 million there at that wide receiver spot for the Seattle Seahawks. They've been doing a lot. They've made a couple trades already so far here. It's day 3. I see somebody here in the chat, Noah, asking, why is nobody signing? It's all the good players signed already for the most part. There's obviously we're going to continue to run through some of these free agents who are still out there right now, but I mean, for the most part, there is just not that very many good players. And then you also got to think about this. There's also some of those older players who, are good players. We've seen it in the past where they're going to wait until after the draft before they sign with anybody, whether that's, the team's decision or the player's decision. Might factor kind of in both there, but there are a lot of these players in free agency that are going to sign after the NFL draft. Teams aren't going to take a chance on them right now, but they're going to wait, see how the draft plays out before going down that route with them. You got Derek Forrest, the safety, also signing with the Buffalo Bills at a one-year deal. Mike Ford at corner, signing with the Falcons, 2-year, $4 million for him there. Blake Hance, offensive guard there, 1 year, wild numbers there, $1,327,000 deal for him there. Greg Gaines at defensive tackle, signing with the Bucks, 1 year, $3.5 million deal for him there. There just have not been many big time names. You got DeMar Hamlin there. There's only one real reason most people know DeMar Hamlin, not trying to throw shade or anything like that, but let's be completely honest. He's okay, but 1 year deal right there. You see right there. Van Jefferson, wide receiver with the Tennessee Titans. They're trying to figure things out there. Just the day 3 here. There's not going to be a lot of big time names. You got Patrick Mahomes, Chris Jones last night. Both of them, I believe that was last night. Might have been early this morning. Restructuring their contracts, so we'll see what Kansas City does there with their contracts. See if they can free up some space and getting some more guys. But like I keep saying, there's not a lot of guys out there that you're really going to know here on day 3. So I think the biggest news so far in the last 12 hours or something like that is probably Joey Bosa going to the Buffalo Bills on a 1 year, $12.6 million deal. Biggest thing for Joey Bosa, I think, too, can he stay on the field? His production is pretty solid when he's out there, but, it's getting him out there. The best ability is availability. So, you would think a guy with a talent level of Joey Bosa should get a bigger deal than he got right there, but, the injury history, that's the biggest thing with Joey Bosa. Let's see. Then you also got Demarcus Robinson signing with the 49ers there, 2 years, $9.5 million deal. $6 million of that is guaranteed, by the way. And most of that Joey Bosa deal also is guaranteed, 12 out of the $12.6 million. We just continue on here. There's just not a lot of, splashy names in free agency right now signing in the last, 12 hours since we got off live yesterday anyways. Xavier Woods signing with the Titans. That one might be notable to some people out there. DeAndre Hopkins just continuing to go out there and trying to find teams that he can win a Super Bowl with. 1 year, $5 million deal there with the Ravens. You got Derrick Henry. You got Lamar Jackson. Got a lot of guys there in Baltimore. We'll see this year if they can figure it out. Devin Bush at that linebacker spot signing with the Browns as well. Let's see. Nick Westbrook Akina leaving the Tennessee Titans, going down to Miami. 2 years, $6.5 million deal there. It's not the splashiest market right now. After day 1, man, if your team didn't sign anybody after the first day, there's just not a whole lot going on for them right now. So let me know here in the comments section, name a free agent that is still left on the market that you guys want to sign. I'll get some shout-outs here while we're still waiting on Tom. What did he say? Every super chat that comes in is double. So we've got a couple here on the Cowboys stream. Got a Bean Boozled. Make Tom do the Bean Boozled here. Let's see. I see Kevin Zeitler. That's a good name out there as well. Still offensive lineman Evan Ingram. No 50s. Did get a 20 for a double Bean Boozled. Yeah. Oh, was it only for 50s? Oh, okay. Tom said he might not come back if we don't get a 50. Might leave me hanging out here. Some people saying Cooper Kupp to the Cardinals would like to see that. Asante Samuel. Hunter Renfrow. That one's kind of funny. Let's see. Let's look over here to the Cowboys chat. Cam Robinson, Stefon Diggs. Toxic Tom Downey said Ray Rice. I guess technically he is a free agent. Let's see, Mekhi Becton.
It's fine. You don't have to make me do a beer bong. Guess I'll just be sober for once.
Yeah, bring Tom back on here.
If you guys don't want to make me drink, that's fine. I guess I'll just be sober. All right, let's play this here. Oh, we have a Cowboys trade.
Oh.
Kaiir Elam is heading from the Bills to the Dallas Cowboys. We'll get a video up on that here in just a little bit, but Kaiir Elam is heading, this is per Josina, from the Bills to the Dallas Cowboys. That's probably going to cost them at most one of their fifth-round picks and gives them another option on the outside for, you guessed it, a former first-round pick who hasn't really lived up to the expectations that I think people had hoped for them. So let me update the live copy here. Let me update this. Kaiir Elam traded to Dallas. Let's buzz on Cooper Kupp. So Kaiir Elam, who was much better when he got to play a little bit this past year, fits the Cowboys' preferred size and measurables and everything, is still not yet 24 years old. I think he's pretty cheap for one more year. They'll decline his fifth-year option, too. He is heading to the Dallas Cowboys. Details to be determined. Josina saying it is expected to happen. Want to give me? Do you have a one-word reaction to the move, Wayne, potentially? Still waiting on the details, but Kaiir Elam heading to the Dallas Cowboys. He's owed like a little over $2 million in change. One-word reaction to the to-be-determined final details of the trade. Kaiir Elam is heading to the Dallas Cowboys. Gonna have Stone jumpstart the copy there. I'm pulling up my draft notes from the Kaiir Elam year as well. Give me your one-word reaction. The former first-round pick out of Florida is heading from the Buffalo Bills to the Dallas Cowboys. I would guess this is going to come in as a day 3 pick, most likely. Fifth and a future 7th round pick for Kaiir Elam, and a 6th rounder also heading to Dallas. That is per Tom Pelissero. If you can ask Sam to get that graphic in there. Bills getting a 5th and a future 7th round pick from Dallas in exchange for Kaiir Elam and a 6th round pick. So this is not a very expensive trade at all. Elam was better this year in a very small sample size, but hasn't been a consistent player really at all. And frankly, didn't have his best stuff against the Chiefs. For a former first-round pick, he has never lived up to hopes and expectations. Had some penalties, by the way, against the Chiefs in the playoffs as well. Give me your one-word reaction to the trade as Dallas adds some additional depth at corner. He had been on the trade block for a while now, it kind of feels like, and it kind of sort of rehabbed his stock at times this year. But also wasn't playing a lot as a consistent starter. So this is a day 3 pick swap coming in, or going from Dallas to Buffalo, I suppose, as Dallas gets Kaiir Elam in a deal with the Buffalo Bills. We'll break this down in depth as soon as the graphics and everything else are updated and all that stuff. But it is Kaiir Elam and a 6th heading to Dallas for a 5th and what sounds like a future 7th round pick. Shouldn't be you building it, just be you asking. Okay, thank you. Sweet. So give me your one-word reaction to the trade for Kaiir Elam. Someone just said Dollar Tree bargain. Yeah, it's about right. That's about the classic Cowboys. They had 18, roughly, fifth-round picks. 3 of them are all like 5 picks apart in the 170s. I'm betting it's one of those. I don't have the actual details on which pick it is, which fifth-round pick it is. Let me check the Bills draft picks here, because I'm willing to bet they have 1, if not 2, sixth rounders. Bills have pick 177. I doubt they're moving that pick unless Dallas is moving 149, which I'd be kind of surprised by. They've also got 204 and 206. So I could totally see something like 171 and 206. And it's just a round trade down ends up being the move there. Give me your one-word reaction to the Kaiir Elam trade. Did Sam respond? Okay, I'm going to put it in there. One-word reaction to the trade as the Cowboys make a move for a corner. It's a day 3 pick swap. It is a bargain bin movement here for the Cowboys, adding some much-needed cornerback depth. This is an outside corner option who is probably better than, and probably a lot better than Andrew Booth, because the bar exactly isn't very high, which is exactly what Joseph just said, by the way. Depth's a good one word there from SS2. This is not a high-end impact piece, but this is needed depth for a Cowboys team that didn't have enough of it in the cornerback room. So Kaiir Elam, that's 2 I's, by the way, in his name. I'm looking back at my draft notes because I liked him coming out. He has not lived up to expectations. That's why he's available for something so cheap. I'll update this list here in a second, too, for depth chart purposes. Let me go find where I had Kaiir Elam. I might have had a first-round grade on Elam. Might be a big L for me, frankly. I had a... Wait, that's not... Oh, it's 2022 draft, wasn't it? I'm so stupid. I got to go find that one again. So give me your one-word reaction to the trade. Let me know in the comment section of today's show as I pull up my 2022 NFL draft notes, because that makes more sense. A couple super chats we can get to here as well. We'll go through those once we get graphics that we can use. Let me pull up my notes for Elam. I had him... I had first, second cheater grade, which is about where he ended up going there. His uncle was Matt Elam. If you guys remember him? You guys remember Matt Elam, also a Florida player? 4.39, 40-yard dash, 6'1.5", 191, but has simply not lived up to any of the expectations placed on him. This is a day 3 pick swap. It's not very expensive and doesn't really impact your salary cap depth, but gives you an option on the outside at corner. It's going to be this is per other notes here, 5th in 2025, a 7th in 2026 to Buffalo, and a 2025 6th coming in for the Dallas Cowboys. So now Elam also has a $12 million 5th-year option. The Cowboys will not be picking that up. There's no chance they choose to make that particular move. So Kaiir Elam, the corner, is heading to the Dallas Cowboys in a day 3 pick swap, and the Buffalo Bills are going to land extra picks as they give Elam a fresh start as the Cowboys continue their bargain bin shopping in free agency. Also of note, this is NFL related from Adam Schefter, the Jets are going to formally release Aaron Rodgers after 4 p.m. today, and he will be made a post-June 1st cut. And once that release happens, he will be able to sign with a new NFL team. So give me that one-word reaction to the Kaiir Elam trade. Let's hit briefly. DC Star 86 says, bring out the beans. We will do Bean Boozled, I think, after we get into the cut. We can do subs as kind of the goal for this one, and one-word reaction and stuff like that. But we're still waiting on the crew to build the graphics, and I don't really know why it's taken so long. It's actually super frustrating. It's fine, it happens. DC Star, $20. Thank you. I have the Bean Boozled here in the tin of oldness, and we are all out of the good ones, by the way. There are no more of the berry blue / toothpaste. So two of the best are gone, and the best individual bean is gone. So we'll see how that one plays out. Again, the news here of the day: Cooper Kupp released. Cooper Kupp will be released. Aaron Rodgers will also be released. Can you just say that we just need the actual tracker graphics? That's all I need. Anyway, Rodgers is going to be released at 4 p.m. The Kupp's going to be released at 4 p.m., and the Cowboys just made a trade to acquire Elum. It's Elum, a 2025 sixth-round pick to the Cowboys, in exchange for a 2025 fifth and a 2026 seventh-round pick. I am not a fan of seventh-round picks. I don't care about them. I don't know, however, what the details are on the actual, fifth and sixth rounders. The Cowboys have multiple fives. The Bills have multiple six. My guess is it's going to be roughly an entire round trade down. So Dallas actually still has 10 picks in this year's draft, and they've added Elum for $2.5 million. And they're still very much in need of more cornerback help. This is one option I don't think should ever be considered as fulfilling all of the needs in the cornerback room for the Dallas Cowboys. So thank you, DC Star 86. We will hit the beans here in a little bit. Want to just check trade real quick and then get into the cut as soon as you're ready. He just said it was. But I think it's in there now. I'm going to update the depth chart here right now. I'm just going to pull off the depth guys here. I actually could have done that. Shoot. Hold on. Let me tweak this and this and this. And just playing around with order of operations here for the depth chart as things have changed. We'll break down the Elum trade in full here in just a second. There it is. Good to go there. Cowboys have made a trade sending a fifth and a future 7 for Elum and a sixth. We will break this down in depth here in just a little bit. That's perfect. Great job there, Chris. Good stuff, my friend. And Stone's on the post prod already. Sweet. Awesome. That's perfect then. Cowboys, I guess we can count this as an outside move. It's not actually an outside move, but any super chats that come in, we'll hit those again here, both on the Chat Sports side and on the Cowboys Report side. Elum heading to the Cowboys. Let's break it down. The Cowboys have made a trade. They are acquiring cornerback Elum, as first broken by Josina Anderson, and then Tom Pelissero with the actual contract details. This is the old day 3 pick swap for a former first-round pick who has not lived up at all to the hopes and the expectations and everything else that they were hoping for on that front. Elum, a 2025 sixth-round pick, the bottom part wrong, and a 2025 fifth. Sorry, Elum, a 2025 sixth to the Cowboys, a 2025 7, and next year's seventh-round pick, a 2026 seventh-round pick, heading to the Buffalo Bills. That is just a day 3 pick swap in the end for the Dallas Cowboys. Let's just reset, dude. That's not right. We can't do anything with that. I go ahead and message, and we'll reset there. Just say it's showing Bills, not Niners trade logo. My bad for not checking previously. So we'll hang out and reset for the actual new cut here again. Updates across the NFL beyond the Elum trade, which again we'll go in depth here in a little bit. The Rams are going to cut Cooper Kupp in about a half hour once that 4 p.m. window hits. Aaron Rodgers will also be officially released. And once those players are released, then they can sign somewhere. Rodgers has been allowed to pursue other options previously, but it's going to be formally released for him at that time frame. So 4 p.m. Eastern today is when you can designate post-June 1st cuts. So you can't do that stuff until then. So the Rodgers one is going to come. You'll get every single NFL reporter will tweet out at 4 p.m. the Jets have officially released Aaron Rodgers. Like, every single one's going to do it. Maybe Schefter will retweet his as well. So we should have some more action here in just a little bit with NFL movement. But we do have the Elum trade to break down in just a second. We'll give it the old fresh pause, and we'll break it down in depth like I was going to try to for our on-demand video cut of the Elum trade. All right, you're watching the Cowboys Report. I am Tom Downey. Elum has been traded to the Dallas Cowboys. Josina Anderson, the first to break this news. Tom Pelissero had the contract details. It's Elum, a 2025 sixth-round pick to Dallas in exchange for a 2025 fifth and a 2026 seventh-round pick. So it is the old day 3 pick swap movement here, plus a future 7, which no one cares about future 7s, frankly. Those are like throw-ins to make you feel better about the deal. The core of this trade is the 5th and 6th round pick swap, with the Bills getting the 5 and the Cowboys getting the 6. Elum was a former first-round pick out of Florida, and he hasn't been very good. He has not played that much. He's got untapped potential, but this one very much kind of falls into the, former first-round pick, Will McClay special. We can fix him. And if you keep adding all these low-risk, high-upside flyers, maybe one ends up hitting, and you feel pretty good about that. His dad played in the NFL. His uncle was Matt Elum, if you remember him, all those years ago from the Ravens as a former first-round pick. Cowboys adding much-needed depth to a cornerback room that lost Jordan Lewis, doesn't have a real option at nickel. Elum is not an option at nickel. He's an outside corner. He does not translate very well into an outside or into a nickel corner role. He is an outside corner. Gives them some depth there. Right now it's Stefon Diggs coming off of injury. Deron Bland, healthier after missing a bunch of time this past year because of injury. Izzy Mukwamu's a free agent at nickel. It's Kaman Hall at the nickel spot right now, which isn't exactly a good thing. Kalen Carson, then Elum, injured Josh Butler, and Andrew Booth, who also kind of fit the high-round draft pick. I think Elum is better than Andrew Booth, and that's kind of all you've got there. He was pressed into duty down the stretch this year. Inconsistent at best, did not have a good game against the Chiefs in the playoffs. And the Bills had been linked to shopping him previously. It's not a huge surprise to move on from. He flashed some interceptions in his first season. I think he had 3 his first year with Buffalo. But this is a lower value trade because it's a lower value player. The Cowboys continue their bargain bin shopping now in the trade market. So grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. It's the pinned comment, so if the ad comes here on YouTube, take advantage of it. Head down there and let me know, how do you feel about the trade for the Cowboys side of it? A, B, C, D, or F. Elum, over the course of his career, I guess I misspoke. It was not 3 interceptions. 2 interceptions, both of which came in his first season. And he's only started 12 games. He's only played 9 of them. 6 pass breakups. This is all upside. This is all hope of being better than he was in Buffalo. It's always a red flag when you have more penalties than pass breakups. That's always a red flag. But you're paying him $2.5 million. That's not anything else. He's got a 5th-year option, by the way, as the veteran player, first-round pick that the Cowboys, make no mistake, are not going to pick up. They are not going to pick up the 5th-year option. They will decline that. There is essentially zero chance that they actually pick up the 5th-year option on Kaiir Elam. This is just the Cowboys probably had a pretty decently high grade on Elam coming out. I had a pretty decently high grade on Elam coming out. I had a first, second-round cheater grade on him. I'm looking at my draft notes here. 6'1.5", 191, just under 31-inch arms. I know Dane Brewer comes from the Carlton Davis, which has actually worked out kind of well from a penalty and injury concern there. The size-speed combination was really intriguing coming out. 37-inch vert, 4.39 40-yard dash, not as agile or quick. Physical player, can do some press stuff. Held up really well against Bam. I remember watching that game being like, this guy's really good. Didn't miss a ton of tackles. The coaching staff was always high on him at Florida. I know Dan Mullen loved him. But he was a grabby guy at Florida. He had 7 penalties in 10 games at Florida, and that carried through to his time in the NFL. Had a knee injury in his final year at Florida and has been unable to fully stay healthy in his time in the NFL. 13 games, 3 games, 13 games. He has not been a consistent player. This is all about he was a first-round pick. Let's see if we can get more out of him. In a bubble, that's fine. But as we'll get into, you can't just keep doing the buy low, high upside option. You have to have some actual investments. This is just, if you only bargain bin, that's all you get. It's a depth piece that's probably better than Andrew Booth, but there's a lot more you need if you're the Dallas Cowboys. We'll come back to more on the Kaiir Elam trade, but you can get the Cowboys turnover chain, which hopefully at some point Kaiir Elam gets to, be a factor in. Go to chatsports.com/Cowboys chain. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. It is the same one Mike McCarthy wore very briefly that one time. We use all the time on our live Cowboys reports. So get your turnover chain today. Chatsports.com/Cowboys chain. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. So back to Elam. The Bills he's been linked in trade rumors before. This is not the first time he's been whispered in potential movement. He's owed $2.57 million in this upcoming season. He has the expensive 5th-year team option. The Cowboys will have to pick that up or not pick it up in a couple of weeks or / months, whatever it is. Let's just call it weeks. They will not pick up. It's going to be like $12 million. They're not going to pick up the 5th-year option. This is a day 3 pick swap for a rental at corner who the Cowboys probably had a pretty high grade on coming out of Florida that they're hoping they can get more out of. That's all they've done all offseason long is do this type of deal of cheap contracts, not a lot of investments, highly touted guy in most cases, early round pick, Javonte Williams, Solomon Thomas. Now they're going after Kaiir Elam. They did it with Peyton Turner. That's been their MO this offseason. All of those moves are fine in a bubble. That doesn't mean it's a good long-term strategy. We'll go in depth on all the moves made so far here by the Cowboys. This has been officially announced, by the way, by the Buffalo Bills. Give me your one-word reaction to the trade. One word, let me know in the comments section of today's show. My one word is depth. Also classic. This is classic Dallas Cowboys. I don't have the Bills not announced the details. I'm going to pull up their tweet of the draft picks involved here. Maybe they actually put them in there. That'd be cool. No, they didn't. The Bills have 3 6s. The Cowboys have 4 5s. So I'm guessing it's one of the later 5ths for one of the later 6th rounders. That's probably the ballpark there, plus the future 7. The Cowboys still have 10 draft picks this year. That's fine. But in a bubble of the moves, I have no complaints about. You're trying to find some depth at corner. It's not going to cost you very much. Didn't technically cost you a draft pick. You move down, you have all the 5s in the world. But this can't be the extent of your movement. You can't actually feel like you're significantly better because you sign Javonte Williams and you sign Robert Jones and you sign Solomon Thomas and you bring back Kavonte Turpin and Osa Odigizua and you sign Peyton Turner and you sign or trade for Kaiir Elam. Okay? This is what I call trickle-up depth building. And not going to make it an economic point, but I don't think trickle-up depth building works that great. You really want to fix your depth issues, it's trickle down. And it's investing more in better players. Like, nobody would be surprised if Kaiir Elum just is what he's been in Buffalo. Like a mediocre at best cornerback 4. Hopefully a change of scenery is great for him and benefits him and makes him into the guy that I thought he could be coming out of Florida. But if you look at this Cowboys depth right now, you go, cool, you have Kaiir Elum. You still need another corner. You probably need another outside corner and a nickel corner. Because I don't want to have a competition going into week 1 where Trayvon Diggs is still banged up, and are we going to start Kalen Carson, Kaiir Elum, or Andrew Booth? That doesn't move the needle for me in terms of cornerback help. It means you don't have to draft one early, but you probably still should draft somebody early. We will have more Cowboys videos for you right here on the channel all off-season long. When news happens, we got you covered. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/@CowboysTV for more free updates. As a reminder, we are simulcasting right now on the Cowboys Reports and on the Chats Sports live stream. We've got a couple super chats to get to on both sides of things. We are 20-ish minutes away from the starts of the new league year, and hopefully we get stuff going on in free agency. Hopefully we get stuff happening. It has been very quiet on that front. One request is make sure Stone does not include the slip-up opening. Just make sure he gets that one right. Give me your one-word reaction to the trade. And then we'll go rapid fire through a bunch of super chats. I also do owe two Bean Boozled. So, Chris, I'm going to play a game with you. I'm going to spin. I want you to take a Bean Boozled, and I will take one. I will let you decide if you want to do the first one that just came in, or if you want me to take it. Without you knowing what flavor it is. So, do you want in or not? You want someone? So this is either birthday cake or dirty dishwasher. So it's either really good or really bad. That's dirty dishwasher. And not that great. They're also all stale, so it takes a while to actually get the flavor in. But, okay. This one's for Chris.
These are so bad, man.
These are terrible.
And
you have to swallow it.
Oh, man.
All right, here you go, bud. It's Old Bandage or pomegranate?
Oh, man. Dude,
Old Bandage is bad.
It's the worst.
It's bad.
It's, in my opinion, the worst. Like, I'm definitely going to gag if it's Old Bandage. It's probably not going to be good as pomegranate either.
It's also they're also all stale. So
you
have to like actually chew a bit to actually get any flavor.
Oh God, I hate this. It's Old Bandage.
Yeah.
Oh God.
It kind of dilutes the flavor a little bit, though.
It tastes like pool water.
How do you know what pool water tastes like?
Everybody knows what pool water tastes like.
There you go, Chris.
God, dude.
You can't throw it out. You have to finish it.
Like a pill.
Yeah, just take it like a pill. And then it sticks in your teeth, and you kind of get it for a while. $20 super chats, and we spin the Bean Boozled wheel.
That is disgusting.
I'll take the next two we get, Chris.
Tastes like public pool water, even worse.
That's got all kinds of diseases in there.
Exactly.
We are 20 minutes out from the new league year starting. There has been no actual signings in an hour. Been profoundly quiet at this time. So the Kaiir Elum trade is the most notable one. Cowboys getting a 6th and Elum in exchange for a 5 and a future 7. Still don't have details on what the actual picked numbers involved are. Eventually we'll get those once it's processed on the NFL transaction wire. That'll probably come today at some point, but I don't have the details at this time. That's it. All the super chats that have come in. I know we got Ramiro on Cowboys and Noah on Chat Sports side of things. So we are kind of behind on those, so we'll get caught up here as fast as humanly possible. We had the breaking Kaiir Elam trade like right as all the super chats came in, so we were having to handle lots of stuff all at once there. Appreciate you guys sticking with us through the chaos there. The main news of the day has been the Jets will officially cut Rodgers at 4 p.m., and the Rams will officially cut Cooper Kupp, I guess, at 4:01 p.m. Noah Turner, we say $13 million is a fair offer for Stefon Diggs. It's probably about right. I think that's at least it's in the ballpark somewhere. I don't think we get to 20, and I think 10's too low. It might be a 1-year deal. Remnants of dirty dishwasher there. It might be a 1-year deal for Diggs coming off the torn ACL. But I do think is something to kind of monitor and pursue and everything else there. So thank you, Noah. I think we're caught up now on the Chat Sports side of things. Over to the Cowboys report. We are simulcasting here right now. Ramiro, time players are released. Can we sign today? Once 4 p.m. happens, any outside signings that were part of just normal free agency, not guys that were already cut officially, can officially sign. So you'll see a lot of official announcements of this guy signed, this guy signed, this guy signed. Not all of it's new. You'll probably see 1 or 2 people change their minds. You will, in theory, see some teams follow the rules and not have signings happen right then and there that were part of the tampering period but they don't announce it. And you'll see players get cut and maybe a player change their mind. And players will be released that are going to be post-June 1st cuts after 4 p.m. Eastern. That's when you can actually do a post-June 1st cut, even if they've been announced it's going to happen in the end. Ecuador man, didn't Elum get roasted in the playoff game? Did not have a good showing. I thought overall he was probably a little bit better this year than what we'd seen in the past. And regular season only looked fine, but yeah, he did not have a very good showing against the Chiefs. That was not a great game for him. Brian E. Dallas should get Asante Samuel Jr. I'd be in. Put him in there at nickel on the outside. You got options at both. That's so much better than Kaiir Elam for me, even though Asante Samuel Jr., frankly, really didn't have the best season. In fact, he's had some up and down years, but I think his size suggests he can play nickel, even though he's mostly been an outside corner. But it's a name people know. Get people excited. Hunter O'Neill, can Kaiir Elam play nickel? I don't think his skill set fits, and I've never thought it fit. I'm looking back at my notes now. I think he's a press man, outside corner. I think he's stiff. I don't think his athletic traits fit very well as a nickel corner. I think it's far more likely he ends up as an outside corner, and probably just depth in the end. I think that's kind of all they're aiming for in terms of the Cowboys. I don't think the Cowboys are actually banking on Kaiir Elam being a true starter. And if they are, it's just what are you doing? Depth is fine. Nick, but worse. Thoughts on big play Slay likely going to the Steelers? Yeah, that one, I've heard some buzz of the Eagles are trying to well, no, maybe we'll just trade him. And, I think that's always some leverage, play, whatever. I think it makes sense. It's nearby. They need a veteran corner. I don't know how much Slay has left in the tank at this point, but Pittsburgh's kind of built to go for it now. So I think those older mercenary guys do make sense up in Pittsburgh. We have another signing. It's another minor one. Eddie Goldman, the defensive lineman, is heading to the Commanders on a 1-year deal. Additional interior defensive line depth for Washington. So they retained Johnny Newton. They retained Daron Payne. They have Eddie Goldman and now Javon Kinlaw in that room. Chris, to answer your question, I thought Elam was a safety. You're probably thinking of Matt Elam, which is his uncle, who also played at Florida and was a safety. That would be my guess. That's probably what you're thinking of there. So I would love to say grade something else, but like doesn't want to care about Eddie Goldman. That's a 1 year, like probably max out $2 million deal. Grade the trade for Kaiir Elam, A, B, C, D, or F, as we are less than 14 minutes now away from the new league year getting going. You want to give some shout-outs here for me, Chris? I'm going to get the tweet set up here whenever we get the Kaiir Elam cut. So if you can fire that off for me.
All right, I'm going to look over mainly at the Cowboys report, but I'll look back over as well at the main Chat Sports account as well. I see C, Joshua saying D, Tobias saying A, Eric Young saying B, Randy says it's a D, David Cowboy says B, Kenya Harris says C. You know, this kind of reminds me of is the Noah Igbenogany trade. Just, mid-corner.
Igbenogany for Kelvin Joseph.
Yeah, just like a mid-corner trade.
They do that all the time.
Yeah.
Booth, Igbenogany, Elam now. They're very common with that.
Let's see. Nathan saying C, we need a nickel. Robert saying A. It's for the most part, it's either a C or an A over on the Cowboys report. Let's see.
I think it's like C plus, B minus. It's kind of like all of it. Like it's. My issue is it's kind of almost inconsequential. Yeah. Like it's like, okay, you have a body, but like I need more than that. Like this doesn't move the needle.
Yeah. And you did have what, like 4 fifth-round picks this year?
Yeah, and it's a trade down. Yeah, it's a late.
Let's see. C minus from T-Dog Productions. Christian saying G. Let's see. Matt is saying for the Cowboys, it's a D.
Yeah, you can grade Cowboys and Bills too.
Yeah.
I'm just getting the tweet set up.
Let's see. Go back over here to the Cowboys. C plus.
Also, Noah Igbenogany ended up finally being good in Washington, by the way, which was kind of funny.
Let's see. Jermaine Hudson saying it's the same old BS. Xavier says C plus. G Go says C.
I think it's so low value. It's like I can't flunk it because like it doesn't like hurt you. Yeah. But like I thought you needed a starting corner going into this, and I think you still need a starting corner going into this, especially on the outside. Like I just think that's how it goes. So the only other move we have right now is Eddie Goldman to the Commanders on a 1-year deal. Like this just comes off as more depth for me. So, some more super chats on the Cowboys side. Then let's do the Judge team one. Joshua, what's going on with Will Hernandez? Waiting to sign. Someone will pick him up. He's also coming off an injury, and I don't know what the injury status is there. That I think guys like Will Hernandez, guys like James Daniels, teams probably want to get them into the building for a physical first, and then they'll kind of pursue that one. In theory, the Cowboys are not done looking at the cornerback market, but we'll see.
Here's I got another $2 super chat here on our Cowboys stream from YVL Sosa. Draft Golden and Harrison, get Von Miller and Stefon for the Cowboys.
Golden, body at corner.
Yeah. I think Golden too. He's another wide receiver in that class. He really did impress at the combine. Mm-hmm. Ran a really solid 40 time that I'm not going to say nobody expected, but a lot of people didn't expect it was going to be that good.
I thought he was fast. I didn't think he was that fast.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Which isn't a bad thing either.
Yeah.
Worked out fine for him. But I don't know if you can get both guys though. Like I think you can get Golden at 12. I don't know if you can get Harrison in round 2 though. I think he probably goes a little bit earlier. But Von Miller, Stefon Diggs, sure, down. Fixes your receiver need. Helps at corner, helps at edge. Makes sense to me. Mrzonic, think Jerry Jones going to try and say he did something. Of course they are. They're going to say we added so-and-so players. That is absolutely what they will. I promise you that is what they are going to do. They're going to go, look at all the stuff we did, though. We signed blah, 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 blah. That's how they always operate. You know? Matt Evans, $5 into the mini helmet raffle. After that trade, I have to change my 2026 champs tattoo to 2025. Really gets the juices flowing, huh, when you do something like that, right? Yeah, that's how it goes. It's funny. I appreciate it. Anyone watching on the main side, he's obviously kidding. Like, he's clearly not serious. Because why would he be? Jason, you think they can still draft a corner? I'll take a step further. Not only do I think they can draft a corner, I think they still have to get another corner. Like, you needed cornerback depth even when you had Jordan Lewis on your roster. Now you don't have Jordan Lewis on your roster. I think they have to go get something there. I don't think that they can be done. You know, this is right in line with Igbenogany, Andrew Booth, Khair Elum, those late round 1, early round 2 corners. Like, they have to do more there. You can't, assuming Elum can start for you is just, I think, just bad idea. Go get more help there. Especially at nickel where you have Kamon Hall lined up to start right now, which is not good. D-Nell, Jair Alexander, what would it take in a trade? Let me double check the contract here. I want to make sure I'm not speaking incorrectly here. I would be shocked if a team trades for Jair Alexander. And the reason being is that he is owed like $17+ million this year. And he has not been good enough to justify $17 million in play. He hasn't played enough. He's been super banged up, super injured, it's actually 17.5. Like, I think the Packers are kind of over Jair Alexander. I think they've hoped a team would come trade for him. I think NFL teams are going, we're not paying you 17.5 with what we've seen so far. He's played 4 games in 2021, 16 in 2022. He was good. He was a Pro Bowler there, but then 7-7. You can't pay $17 million to a guy that might play half the season. Like, that's just not in the cards there. Marcus Lee, I know Deontay Johnson was a headache last year, but will probably be cheap, something the Cowboys love. Would you sign him? No, he's a headache. I don't want to add somebody that has bounced around at 3 different spots and burned bridges everywhere along the way. Do you know how bad it is to win a playoff game and your reaction is that you didn't get the ball enough, so they cut you? To win a game, and they're like, I didn't get the ball enough, and you're sad, so you get cut. That's insane to me. Like, I don't want... he's not good enough to justify that level of diva. I don't want to touch that guy with a 10-foot pole. It's kind of like Deontay Johnson or Devondre Campbell. I'm not touching him either. What do you mean you didn't? You refused to go in when your team's fighting for their playoff life. Get out of here. I'm done with you. I think he burned every bridge out there. Byron Joe David, mini helmet raffle. Make it happen. You got it covered, my friend. Again, every $5 super chat, you are entered into the mini helmet raffle. We've got 68 entries right now. 1 away from a super cool number. $20 for the Bean Boozled. I haven't done enough beer bongs today as far as I'm concerned. It's $50 if you want to get in. I bought my headset. If you want to get in on the beer bong action, most 50s, by the way, in the month of March. Get you the signed Zach Martin jersey. Anthony McMillan is in first place. By the way, Christopher Anthony, I did order and ship out the mini helmets from day 1 and day 2. From Rajanic, I think Earl Thomas is available. Funny. It's funny. I appreciate that. We used to have a game on the Cowboys Report that you couldn't talk about Earl unless you super chatted, and I would drink for it. Because it was every day for like 3 years in a row. It was insane. All right, we got a couple minutes here before the new league year begins. We'll come back to more supers later. Shout out your team, and we will discuss the first one that we see. We've got about 2,000 people watching across our simulcasting live streams here on the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports as well. So with very little going on for the past many of the hours, we will discuss the latest and hopefully more coming in the next 4 minutes with the new league year beginning. First team you see, Producer Chris, who is it? I'll give you a couple more minutes here and we shall see what comes in.
Steelers.
Okay. Honestly, good timing. Just fun people. By the way, Kyrie Elum, not a nickel at all. He's an outside corner. Steelers are, much like the Giants, sitting and waiting to see what ends up happening with Aaron Rodgers. You got McAfee out there talking about how much Aaron Rodgers likes Mike Tomlin, which seems noteworthy since, that's one of the teams in the mix there. They made the big splash to go get DK Metcalf. They finally got a receiver in a trade. They brought back Jaylen Warren. They may or may not be getting Darius Slay. That one is not official or confirmed because he can't have until after June 1st. There's been a little bit of doubt there. They added Malik Harrison. Okay. And they add Kenneth Gainwell. Quarterback's the big need. And I think corner, with or without Slay, and maybe another receiver as well. But the Rodgers stuff, Rodgers is the big one right now. Where does he go? When does he get signed? What ends up happening with him, I think, is like the thing a lot of the quarterback market and I think a lot of free agencies kind of stuck waiting on right now. I think quarterback-wise, it's Rodgers, and receiver-wise, it's Cooper Kupp, and then it's kind of just like not a great group. Outside of that, it's a very thin group at this point. 2 minutes to go into the new league year. ADA coming through a $50 super chat. Cheers. Hopefully these guys make a splash pickup. Sure would be something, right? If they actually did something like that. Would be very un-Cowboys-like as far as I'm concerned. There's the open one. Or unopened one. There we go. Beer bong coming in. We transition to the to some other beverages here of the spiked lemonades because I wanted to transition from that to like the toss that. It's empty. There we go. Something that was kind of similar to the orange juice, but not quite similar to the orange juice, and it's very acidic again. I don't know why I'm going with all acidic options on this here. There we go. Beer bong coming up. Thank you, ADA. Cheers to you. All right. Thank you, my friend. Get to some other super chats that have come in on both streams. We got 2 minutes to go, or 1 minute to go, excuse me, on the new league year timer, and then we'll probably get more news. I hope, fingers crossed. Ben Wright, where do you think Cooper Kupp will go? I don't know. I think there's a lot of interest out there. I think the Cowboys are a potential option. I think the Chiefs, the Patriots, the Titans, the Chargers. I think there's a long Packers. I think there's a long list of teams that have some interest in Cooper Kupp. I think there's a long list of teams. Mikhail Trayvon 13 could have used that 5th round pick for a younger, faster corner. Need to capitalize on all our picks to get younger and healthier. I will say, as it relates to Kyrie Elum, he is both young and fast. He's only 23 years old, which he's younger than some of the draft picks in this year's class. So he is young. He ran a sub 4.4, but, you've got 1 year of him. But you still got a 6th round pick back. I think either way, I still want to get another corner. I don't think the Cowboys are in good enough shape right now. YVL Sosa, I like Javonte, but hope we get Judkins or Neal. Yeah, I kind of like corner. I don't think that Javonte Williams makes you go, we are good at corner. We are set. Or at running back. Like, we have Javonte Williams. I think that they want more. They want more than that. I think they will end up getting more than that. All right, 2 news items updates. First off, the Steelers are signing Jets corner Brandon Eccles, whatever. Russell Wilson is going to visit the Cleveland Browns. So, with the uncertainty around where Aaron Rodgers will go and uncertainty with the Giants and Steelers, this would take, everyone has kind of reported like, yeah, the Jets and Steelers both want Aaron Rodgers. The loser will pivot to the Browns, or to Russell Wilson. Well, if Russell Wilson goes to the Browns, then who do the Giants and Steelers end up getting? So that's kind of concerning there. By the way, Russ will then also visit the Giants on Friday. So some developments here. I'm going to change the live headline with Russell Wilson set to visit the Browns tonight. He's going to fly there tonight and we'll visit tomorrow. And then the Giants on Friday, which is so interesting and could cause some chaos in the quarterback market, especially if the Browns get him. Because that might take them out of the running at quarterback at number 2 overall. And then it kind of leaves the Giants and the Steelers stuck. One of them doesn't have a quarterback. And if it's the Steelers somehow, how do you get that deal done? We have another Cowboys signing, by the way. As predicted, Jack Sanborn is heading to the Cowboys on a 1-year deal. I am not surprised by this one at all, Chris. This one makes plenty of sense to me. Jack Sanborn, a 1-year deal with the Dallas Cowboys. He reunites with Matt Eberflus and ends up getting a chance to hopefully benefit from more playing time with the Dallas Cowboys. That's going to be a 1-year deal, no contract deals. This might actually be a starter for the Cowboys. I'm going to change the live headline here on the Cowboys side as my computer gets very upset with me for trying to stream 2 things at once and get crazy there. So updates are flowing in. To recap, Russell Wilson is going to visit the Browns and then the Giants in that order. Browns, he's flying out tonight and will visit tomorrow. Giants on Friday. Jack Sanborn is heading to the Cowboys on a 1-year deal. I'll put that in the live copy. I got to go find my tweet, too, because I tweeted out, get ready for Jack Sanborn and Byron Cowart. Let me see if I can find that one real quick here. Of the signings, this is one of the more intriguing ones to me. Sanborn's production has not been great, but I think it's because he just hasn't been playing a lot. Which is how things goes. Let me update this tweet here. Hold on. Lots going on as Jack Sanborn, we don't have to rush into this one because it's, we've got time on that, is heading to the Cowboys. Ben Van Sumeren is re-signing with the Eagles. Giants will host Russell Wilson. The Giants are going to wait for Aaron Rodgers too, but developments happening everywhere here. As I kind of thought we might get some traction on day one or on the league year opening. So Jack Sanborn to the Cowboys, Brandon Eccles to the Steelers, the Jets corner. Taquan Graham is back to the Falcons, by the way, as well. Ben Van Sumeren back to the Eagles on a 1-year deal. The Javon Hargrave contract details are in as well. He is getting a 2-year, $30 million contract with the Minnesota Vikings. So we've also got to the at least 2 outside moves made by the Cowboys today number as well. Back-to-back days, we got that there. I'm going to update the Cowboys depth chart here, too, because we are simulcasting right now on the Cowboys Report and on NFL Daily with Jack Sanborn heading to the Dallas Cowboys in what might end up being a potential replacement for Eric Kendricks. He is still a free agent as well. This is a guy that the coaching staff knows, and I think only didn't play a lot because the Bears had other options. I am always hesitant to, grade on the actual nitty-gritty details, but I do think that this will probably be pretty cheap. I think this is actually a quality signing for the Cowboys, given the fact that I think Sanborn is a good football player. He hasn't played a lot, in part because of just the guys in front of him, but I think this is a sneaky good signing. I'm going to tell Stone that. Sneaky good signing. I think he can be a low-end starter for you. And I think that's about what the Cowboys are in the market for. You can still bring back Eric Kendricks, too. Means you don't have to rely on Maurice Leafau and Damone Clark. I think he is a real upgrade over Damone Clark. I have no doubts about that. Not a single doubt at all. So let's get hit early sub on this one, too. Like news, then the sub read. So what we will do here is this, folks. We are, of course, simulcasting right now on the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports live stream. We will go a bit in depth here on the Jack Sanborn signing. We will then come back to all the other NFL news that has happened or has not happened and whatever, and recap all of that and stay live as long as the Super Chats are coming in and everything else, but we are simulcasting, so we will make sure we get the Jack Sanborn news up. No details on the contract, and also in general, whenever you see no details on the contract, that almost always means it's very cheap and very affordable. Also, it's the Cowboys, so that's like all they do anyway. I don't think that would be a massive surprise to anybody necessarily at all. So as soon as Chris gives me the thumbs up, we will break down Jack Sanborn and hopefully have some more news on other NFL teams making moves. It's not like Ben Van Sumeren in the end. We are back again on the Cowboys Report as Dallas continues to make moves, just not the sexiest of moves. Jack Sanborn, which, by the way, elite linebacker name. Like Sanborn is a good, thumping linebacker name. That's mostly what he is. He has signed a 1-year deal with the Dallas Cowboys, broken by ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. As of filming right now, the full details are not yet known, but Sanborn is reuniting with Matt Eberflus. He spent the past year as a member of the Chicago Bears. He is from Wisconsin. He is going to turn 25 before the new league year begins, I believe. Was an undrafted free agent back in 2022, as this is a defensive familiarity piece for Eberflus and the staff, and Borgonzi, the linebackers coach. And I don't think one that a lot of people are that surprised by. I had a draftable grade, by the way, on Jack Sanborn coming out of Wisconsin. He has not played a lot for the Bears, in part because he was just the number 3 linebacker behind 2 pretty solid ones. And, they had better ones, and now he gets a chance to stick around with Eberflus and company. We'll break this down in depth, so do not miss out. For more free Cowboys videos, anytime news happens, we've had a lot of videos up on the channel. We got you covered. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/CowboysTV for more free Cowboys news as we break down in depth the Jack Sanborn signing. Coming off a 35-tackle season, 2 TFLs, a sack and a half, 3 interceptions. He does have short arms. I didn't love the on-field athletic. He tested better than I thought he was going to, frankly. He wasn't great in coverage, but he did have his final year at Wisconsin, by the way. 91 tackles, 16 tackles for loss. He's got plenty of special teams experience as well. He's played 800 special team snaps in his NFL career. almost as many as regular defensive snaps he has had. This is, again, much needed depth at linebacker. It's a piece that the team needed. He can be a fill-in starter. He can maybe even get a bigger role now in Dallas when he's not behind T.J. Edwards and Tremaine Edmonds. It was surprising to some, I know in Chicago, that the Bears did not tender Jack Sanborn. This is young linebacker. We know fits the defensive scheme because he was with Matt Eberflus in Chicago. Of all the acknowledging they are not great Cowboys signings, if we view it in a bubble in the high-end side, I think this one has the potential to have a bigger impact than some of the other ones out there. He can do strong side linebacker stuff when you're in base packages. He can do some middle linebacker stuff when you're in the real base of nickel. We'll break it down more in depth, go through all the moves here too. But grade the signing. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's video. It's the pinned comment if the ad comes here on demand on the YouTube side. A, B, C, D, or F. Let's go to the linebacker room now for the Dallas Cowboys. We will see when DeMarvion Overshown ends up being healthy. He's probably not going to be good to go for week one. Eric Kendricks may or may not be back. I don't think Jack Sanborn's signing precludes the Cowboys from retaining Eric Kendricks. It can be both. They can still draft somebody early. Like all of their moves, it's kind of just like checking off one of the boxes and, having a depth piece and building depth up. I just think Sanborn's better, more upside than some of the other depth pieces they've made there. Maurice Leafau can still be a key part. If you absolutely had to week one, you could probably survive with Leafau and Sanborn. It's just not a very good linebacker room, and you still want to get more help. That's what the Cowboys' entire MO in this offseason has been like. There's another body for you. You still need more. I still want another linebacker because I don't know when you're going to have Overshown fully healthy for this team. But I do think Sanborn, the production doesn't match what I think could end up being, given the I think, pretty good flashes we saw at various points with his time with the Chicago Bears. We'll go more in depth on this and all the moves the Cowboys have made. And defensively, it's turnover chain time. You can get your own Cowboys turnover chain at chatsports.com/Cowboys chain. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/Cowboys chain. Same one Big Mike wore. I've got the Navy chain link. There is the blue chain link as well. Go to chatsports.com/Cowboys chain to get yours today. Now, Sanborn, again, the production doesn't pop off the screen, but I think he's done enough in a very small role to more than justify whatever that contract looks like. Whenever you just get 1-year deal, I would be a little surprised if this is more than $3 million. That's been their MO previously. I would bet this ends up being fairly cheap. And I would bet this is hey, come to me, take less money, come back, you know the system, you know everything. This can be a move in which, you have a chance to get more playing time than you did previously. And if not, I know you fit as my number 3 linebacker. It has been defensive heavy in terms of the movement today for the Cowboys. They made the trade earlier today, available on the channel as well, for Kaiir Elum. They got Elum and a 6th in exchange for a 5th and a future 7. Now they're adding Jack Sanborn on a 1-year deal. Again, the actual money details, everything else are still to be determined. But Jack Sanborn coming in to the Dallas Cowboys. So give me your one-word reaction to the signing. I think solid is actually my one word. I am a fan of this move. It's not crazy sexy. It's not the biggest. It's not the best. I think he could be a starter for you, though. It's one of the preferred ones I've seen so far out of the Cowboys organization, but they still need more. Maybe more is a good one-word reaction, too. Drop it for me in the comments section of today's video. Jack Sanborn has been on a lot of people's possible Cowboys lists. I know I tweeted out I think it was yesterday. Get ready for Jack Sanborn and Byron Cowart to the Cowboys, and I said they go to with never wrong, just early on 50% of them. Although Byron Cowart is also not been signed yet either. So that's not out of the possibilities yet either. You needed to get linebacker depth. I still don't think this linebacking core, though, is good enough for Dallas. We'll see about Kendricks. If you'd missed out on Sanborn, your available linebackers were like kind of not good options. It's Kendricks, it's Shaq Thompson, who's older, EJ Speed, and Kaiser White. It's not exactly the best batch of available options for you. I would not be surprised if Damone Clark ends up getting cut. I think Jack Sanborn is a better player than Damone Clark. I think he is a more impactful piece potentially, and probably doesn't really cost anything different from a monetary perspective. So I am not surprised this move has come down. I have not many complaints about it. But again, like all these Cowboys moves so far in the offseason, okay, this one's even outright good in a bubble. Like, I like Sanborn. He impressed me more in Chicago than I thought he was going to. He's carved out a role in the NFL. But, if you have to start Sanborn and Leafau week one, it's like, okay, that's not a great linebacking core. It's not. You still need more. You need a splash at some point. Something bigger than just veteran cheap linebacker, veteran cheap player signed, former early round pick signed. That doesn't do enough for me. It's all the Cowboys moves this offseason. Cheap 1-year deal, $3 million. Cheap 2-year deal, up to $4 million per year. Trade for a former first-round pick. Okay. Can you do more than that? The quantity is a heck of a lot better than what the Cowboys have done in recent seasons. And 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 1 year, $3 million. Okay. Cool. But, now it's not the same. So, buy low candidate. Depth option. Buy low candidate and can play a role. Re-signing. Buy low candidate. Buy low candidate. I think upside candidate. That's all fine. I don't have a guaranteed impact player yet from all the moves the Cowboys have made. I feel most confident about the first and last ones, Javonte Williams and Jack Sanborn, who can play, I think, kind of like all three roles at linebacker. He can do a lot of different stuff. But I need more impact from these Cowboys moves. Otherwise, the depth trickles up, but do you get actually better enough? I'm not. I don't think you're better at linebacker right now. I don't think he's better than Kendricks. I think he's better than Clark. You need more than that. All right, we will run through a lot of other news that has come in the last 10 minutes or so, and then get caught up on Super Chats and everything else. Are you enjoying our NFL free agency coverage? Like the show if you haven't already done so. Goal is always a 50% like ratio. Got a long way to go on that front there. Let's go to all the signings that have happened, and we will hit some Super Chats as well. All right, let's go to what was the most recent one that we didn't get. I know Evan Ingram was. Let's start here. This is perfect. Brandon Echols to the Steelers. Contract details not yet known. Taquan Graham to the Falcons, a 1-year deal. Again, details not yet known. Just like Jack Sanborn, 1-year deal. You're going to notice a trend here. 1-year deal. Details not yet known. Details not yet known. Details not yet known. Ben Van Summeren, 1-year deal. A signing that's not just Russell Wilson visiting the Browns and then the Giants, is signing a 2-year deal. Don't have details on that front either beyond 2-year contract. I know he visited the Chargers and the Broncos. And then Malik Collins, a 2-year deal, 2-year $20 million deal, $13 million guaranteed with the Cleveland Browns. So Browns adding Malik Collins. They are now in the market for Russell Wilson. Lots of chaos on that front there. Let's get to some Super Chats here from M.A. Football Guy. Love your coverage, Tom. Happy New Year, DB. Thank you. Appreciate that, MA Football Guy. Cheers to you, my friend. It is a happy NFL New Year as well. Romney42, thoughts on Jack Sanborn? Just spent 10 minutes on it. Think we're in okay shape on that front. Appreciate that, Romney. But you are entered into our mini helmet raffle. As long as supers and news come in, we'll stay live and get more entries for said mini helmet raffle. Michael Sutton, after Jerry is gone, our roster every year will be 53 guys on 1 year, $3 million contracts, plus like 1 or 2 guys that haven't signed yet. That's kind of all. You have to do more than that. By the way, update on the Kaiir Elum. The 5th rounder going to Buffalo is pick 170. So that is one of their 5th round comp picks. Don't know what the 6th round pick is going to end up being. Logan Boyd, any word on D-Law interest outside of the Big D? Nothing yet. I know there's one website that has a tendency to write articles that are predictions with headlines that indicate that they have signed somebody. It's not how it works. He has not signed with the Detroit Lions. Lions make sense as a fit. I think the Commanders make some sense as a fit. But that's all like guesses and predictions in the end. Sam, I bet it's Kupp as a Charger. Jerry Jones won't spend the money. I actually kind of agree that Kupp as a Charger makes sense. I think that's the main aspect there. Chargers, Patriots, all of those fit from a logical perspective. Liam Tucker lost all members in the LA Fires, including Sean Lee. Got a signed number 50 jersey. You'll get all the supers you want. Just saying. First off, Liam, I'm terribly sorry. That's awful and is tragic for you, and I'm sure your friends and family and everything else too. So, my heartfelt apologies on that front, and I'll see what giveaways we can cook up next. How about that? Yo, Pasta. Any chance the Cowboys look at Julian Blackmon? Was let down by the safety play last year. Let me put the fan on here. Hold on. Getting to be that time of the day where the sun gets hotter outside and I get blurry as the camera refuses to adjust to me, and the lights shine bright on me. If they wanted a safety, I think that makes sense, actually. I don't know if they want a safety. I think that they think those guys can work. Hooker and Wilson and Bell and Thomas are all back. Now, maybe they end up signing and then cutting somebody, in which case I do think Blackmon makes sense. I'm not convinced Blackmon is some massive upgrade either. And maybe the Cowboys feel, at least maybe the Cowboys feel that same way. Nick, Dallas, Stephen Jones operates like cowards. Comfortable, lazy cowards. You got to do more than 1 year, $3 million deals, man. You can't just keep doing that over and over again. It's 2025. One time, you have to do a 220. One time, you have to do it. Imagine if this team hadn't re-signed Osa Odigizua. What would they have done at 3 technique? Like Levi Onwuzurike just went back on a 1 year, like $5 million deal. Malik Collins just got $220 from the Browns. They would never pay Malik Collins $10 million for you, but that's the market right now at DT. $10 million is kind of just rotational stuff. Like I tell the market is, man. Zeno saying into the mini helmet raffle. Just got off work. Hope you're doing great, Tom. Any news on the Cowboys when it comes to Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, Stefon Diggs? Surely we get one. I would never assume that they will actually sign somebody. It would be nice to see, a receiver added. I think there are enough options at wide receiver between Diggs and Lockett, and maybe the Amari relationship is in a bad spot. And Diggs with the Trayvon one is kind of an issue there. But I think getting a receiver would be nice. Corner is still a need. Additional defensive line, additional front 7 help in general is still needed, but so is receiver. Bloodslinger this is on Jack Sanborn. Does he play middle or outside linebacker? If we're referring to like outside linebacker as like edge, he's an inside linebacker. He's done strong side stuff. He's done Mike. He's done Will. He's done a little bit of everything, frankly, over the course of his career with the Bears. He played some more weak side stuff when the middle linebacker was healthy. When the middle linebacker had, he played some Mike stuff too. He can do kind of all of it. I don't think he's pigeonholed into Mike or Will. I think the overall profile fits a little bit better at middle linebacker. And I think his knowledge of the defense also could potentially help. Although, remember Stephen Jones once saying, now when they had Leighton Vander Esch and Jalen Smith, teams can't identify the Mike anymore. Doesn't really matter with the way you do these nickel stuff, where you're just kind of doing two linebackers these days. But he is an off-ball inside linebacker. If this was a 3-4 scheme, which they don't run, he'd be an inside linebacker. Anthony P. For a team who is the most valuable in all of sports, they really have a thing for discount bargain shopping. Such a disgrace boycott. This is what they do. They like to go after the cheap options. They want to win the deal. Several of those deals will work out for them. They're like, yeah, you got pretty good play out of that. And if you're going to aim for the 50% hit ratio, you're a lot better doing 50% of 7, 8, 9, 10 guys than 2 guys like it was last season. But it'd be nice to get higher floor with, it'd be nice to have like a Brandon Carr kind of we overpaid him, but he was actually pretty good for you. Why can't you do more of that? I don't know. From Calvin, $5. Can you tell Cowboys fans we don't need any of these old ass or injured receivers in free agency, please? They are just names. I actually do want a receiver here. You don't have to give these guys a 5-year contract or a 3-year contract, but I don't want to get into a situation where it's the exact same wide receiving core and I don't have a viable 2. I can at least talk myself into those guys being a 2. And if they cost you $10 million for a year, that's fine. That's what you were paying Brandon Cooks anyway. Go a little bit higher. That's fine. I need to see more. More than just those receivers are more expensive, so it's more. I don't want to run it back with going into day one of the draft and it's Jalen Tolbert and Mingo and Turpin. It's not good enough at all as far as I'm concerned. We have details, by the way, on the Evan Ingram contract details. 2 years, $23 million for Evan Ingram. $16.5 million is guaranteed. Denver finally lands their Joker move tight end aspect to help out Sean Payton. So that's probably a pretty good pickup there for the Denver Broncos. The Chargers were also in the mix. Maybe it takes Colston Loveland off the board if he's even there in round 1 for the Denver Broncos. So I'll have Chris give some shout-outs here. I'm going to set up for the tweet of the Jack Sanborn signing. Grade the signing of Evan Ingram. Finally one that's not Cowboys related. Is...
And a name probably a lot of people
and
know.
It's a name you've heard of, and it's an actual signing, right? So I'll have Chris give some shout-outs here while I be Typey Tom.
We go grade the signing here of Evan Ingram to the Broncos. Got a lot of K's in there. That's not an option, but I'd assume Wolf Sports Edits does not like the signing there. Let's see. Ravens King saying B+. AG Production says B+. Dusters says A-. Christopher saying B+. Titan is a B. Tony's a B. Keaton's an A-. I don't know what K is, KC Mac. Geo Marvel saying Z. Not a fan of the signing. Joel says A. Gary says C+. Drew says A. Nicholas really wants the Packers to make a trade. Christian saying A++++. Let's see. Godmod says B. Let's look over here to the Cowboy stream. I see Danelle says F. I see C+ from Dallas fans 57. David says B. Brian says A. Vezi says A. Madman's just everything. A, B, C, D, and F.
Just going through them all.
Just everything.
It's funny.
Turd Ferguson said A-. That's a good one there.
That's why Kendrick won the feud. It's funny. It's funny.
Gator Hulk says B. Leroy says B. A lot of different answers here.
I think B plus is like about right. Like it's kind of like the mean, the average in the end. I think that makes the most sense. A lot of people were voting 0 on the outside Cowboys free agent signing. They got one, not including trade. 58% still voting no on will Aaron Rodgers sign today, which you got 8 hours left. Got some time there. That's fun. Grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. That is for Evan Ingram, and we'll get to some more. I like what Denver's done. I like overall what Denver has done in free agency so far. I think it's been a pretty solid run of moves for the Broncos. Nothing crazy expensive. I'm looking at my winners. Already had him on the winners list, so we nailed that one. I think bringing back DJ Jones was smart. Hufanga, if healthy, is a very good football player. I love the Dre Greenlaw signing. Justin Strenad's fine, and Ingram at 2 years, 23, I think is good. Denver's not done making moves. Like, they will draft a running back. They could still use another wide receiver, which might come in via the draft as well. But these are good steps forward for Denver. A. Parker. Cowboys actually aren't doing as poorly as I thought. We need a big fish, but these role player signings will do wonders on draft night. Do you think so? I think it helps you. Like, it's obviously better than last year, but like nothing could be worse than last year, frankly. They signed Royce Freeman and Eric Kendricks. You know, like they need more than that. And they need a lot more. They do still need some bigger impacts though. If all of these are you make like 10, 11 moves, these are like moves like 4 to 7, you feel great about it. But you know, it's tough to say great 1-year deal as your number one player. That's a little bit dicey in the end. All right, AJ2 great. Give Turpin a bigger role at wide receiver. Dude is fast. He is fast. He's also very small. Like, he is, because of his complete lack of size, he is genuinely, from like a height, weight perspective, one of the smallest players in football. Like, yeah, Deuce Vaughn's smaller. Deuce Vaughn weighs like 25 pounds more than Kevontae Turpin does. That is one of the smallest guys in the NFL. So he can't go do like a bunch of contested catch stuff. Like, I think he's more of a gadgety player in the end. So give him more touches? Sure. That's why he's got incentives based on touches and snaps and catches and everything there. But I don't think he can actually be like a true receiver 2. He can be a gadgety 3. Lucid Chart 32. Tom ready for another terrible year. Who's to say? I hope it's not, but I am certainly prepared to have another disappointing campaign. It's not the first time. Won't be the last time. It's how football works. Zach Crosby into the mini helmet raffle. Excuse me. CD posted with Kupp on his Insta. Surely that means the Cowboys bring him in. I'm delusional. He wants it. I think there are a lot of Cowboys players who would like to see this team do more. You're kind of reaching the points, by the way, where like the Cowboys players and even just players in general are like they're more aware of what contracts look like in the NFL. Like they're kind of more locked in on, hey, this means this, and that means this, and I want to do this thing, and I know that if I do this with my contract, this happens. They're a little bit more aware of like how contracts work, because I think in general, Twitter and fandom and media are all more aware of how contracts work. So I think Lamb would like that. And Mike is aware of how contracts work in the NFL these days and the flexibility teams can create by being more aggressive. I remember Joe Burrow was out there like explaining what a contract restructure was. I think it was on PMT. And it's like, oh boy, when your quarterback knows how it works, that's kind of a red flag for you as an organization if you don't get your stuff together there. Anthony P. into the mini raffle. By the way, Xavier Thomas to the Vikings on a 1-year deal. Dan Chisnia on a 1-year deal as well. So that's with the Panthers, too. So some lesser re-signings there as we will continue to wait for anything actually involving the cornerback market developing, which is not yet set in stone, but things continue to develop overall on that front, and still kind of quiet. There are still some notable guys available on the open market. We'll run through some after we get to the super chat here from Anthony and tweet out the Jack Sanborn link. It's on the channel, Cowboys fans. Got to trade down to get more picks. Rodgers probably going to Pitt, which means teams in the 20s would likely trade up. Burden, Ibuka, Jihad Campbell will be there. Again, I think those guys will be there. Does anybody want to trade up for them? Because they might be there at 15, and they might be there at 20. I bet at least one of them is there at 20. Like the ideal scenario, I think, for a lot of NFL teams is trade down, acquire more assets, get a guy you have on a similar grade. If everyone feels that way, who wants to move up? Last year, you got an overpay from the Lions because the corners fell and people wanted them. I don't know if that's what's going to happen this year. So I'd like to trade down. You know, does Sean Payton get aggressive for a running back or a receiver? Maybe. But I don't know. I have doubts on that front. All right, some top free agents who are left. Quick note, by the way. Cowboys send 170 and a sixth for number 204. So they actually get one of the Bills' earlier-ish sixth-round picks. So it's close to a full-round trade down, but comp picks and stuff, it's kind of I guess it's their middle sixth-round pick. So nothing too crazy on the Kaiir Elam side. Pick 170 and a 2026 seventh for pick 204 and Kaiir Elam. So that's 204 going to Dallas. That's 170 going to Buffalo. Just wanted to update that with the details from Nick Harris there. Anyway, back to the top free agent corners here. Jonathan Jones, who I think offers some inside-outside flex. Jeffrey Okudah. Trey White, coming off a down year. Noah Igbinoghene actually was kind of solid for the Commanders at nickel. Still don't love him, but he was pretty good. Shaquille Griffin, kind of bounced around, journeyman type. Asante Samuel has the traits to play on the inside, has mostly been an outside corner, inconsistent years, but is worth mentioning there. Stephon Gilmore, the ageless wonder, he might very well end up being a player who waits until August or July again to sign. That would not be a huge surprise to me. I think Rasul Douglas can still play, and Mike Hilton, Kendall Fuller are veteran nickels who don't have a ton, I think, truly left in the tank. Dan Chisnia, by the way, it's misspelled on the graphics, but that's why there's no photo. It's okay. He is re-signing with the Panthers on a 1-year deal, and Darius Slay is now official as well. He is signing a 1-year, $10 million deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Darius Slay is now going to be a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. That one, I know there have been some reports of uncertainty. Is this going to actually happen? Whatnot there. But Darius Slay heading to the Pittsburgh Steelers on a 1-year deal, $10 million deal, which I think is probably about the right details or right contract for Slay. He might not have a whole lot left in the tank. Then the Panthers also signing Christian Rosenboom from the LA Rams on a 1-year deal. So plenty of action today. Quite a bit of action across the NFL landscape with movement aplenty. Lots of moves here. As action continues to unfold in the last, 40-ish minutes? Somewhere in that ballpark. Let's recap here as your votes come in. The moves that have happened so far. Evan Ingram is one of the more notable ones. A 2-year, $23 million deal. That was about 30 minutes ago, somewhere in that ballpark. To head to the Denver Broncos. That's for Ingram to find their tight end. Kadero Hodge back to the Falcons on a 2-year, $6 million. I don't know if we mentioned that one previously, but he did sign. Grant Stewart to the Lions, additional linebacker depth up in Detroit. They also brought back Levi Onwuzurike to help out defensive tackle. I saw a lot of Bengals fans mad about that one. I think they're just frustrated in general. Bengals were busy on day one and quiet since then. Taquan Graham back to the Falcons. Amir Smith-Marset with the Giants. I believe Michael Walker also to the Cardinals. Don't know if that one's actually in the tracker yet or not. May or may not be. It's fine if not. Tevier Thomas to the Vikings. Dan Chisnia, again, a lot of details, TBA, TBD. And then the most recent signing, Darius Slay, now official, 1 year, fully guaranteed $10 million deal for Slay and the Steelers. We made that the top one up there, and not Chisnia. No one cares about him. Sorry, Panthers fans, but it's a re-signing for your receiver 4 or 5. It's not that big of a deal there. Darius Slay, 1 year, fully guaranteed, $10 million deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. That one had been reported previously as going to happen, and now it is a done deal there. Fully guaranteed contract. So 1 year starting with Slay. Steelers kind of trying to stay, I think, in the move to stay now. And then, of course, like the big stuff right now is the quarterback situation. Russell Wilson is going to visit the Browns on Thursday. He's flying out tonight. And the Giants on Friday. And Aaron Rodgers, who is allegedly the top option for the for both the Giants and the Steelers. Also, this kind of I'm going to read the report here from Diana Rossini. Like, he is apparently interested in the Vikings, which of course he is. That's a good destination. That's a better team than Pittsburgh and New York. They've got Justin Jefferson. They got a really good head coach. Like, of course there's interest there. Like, that's not a surprise to me. All right, Just Ants _ thoughts on Hampton, and does he fall into 44? I don't think so. I don't think Amari Hampton gets to 44. I think it is more likely that Hampton goes round 1 than he sneaks down to 44. I just think there are too many teams that could use a running back. Minnesota, Denver, Pittsburgh under the radar if they figure out the quarterback spot, and maybe another receiver option. Like, I'd be surprised if they went all the way down, if he fell all the way down to 44 after really strong testing and everything else there. T-Mac to 12. I'd like it, but we'll see. YVL Sosa, trade into 16 and get Jalen or Will plus an extra 3. My concern there, the idea sound. Do Will Johnson and Jalen Walker get to 16? Do one of them get to 16? I think what I keep finding when I do these mock drafts is like the guy I want at 16 doesn't always get to me at 16 because the top 5 guys, there's not true top 5 guys. There's not 10 true top 10 guys. So the top 15 guy goes top 10. The top 20 guy goes 15. The second round grade goes top 20. That's, I think, even more so. It's not a great true round 1 class. So if you have a true round 1 grade on any of those guys, I think you just stay and take them at 12. But if there's a list of like 4 or 5 guys you like at 12 and you can get down to 16 and pick up a 3, yeah, go to that for sure. From Paul, why are we talking about Cam Scatteroo for backfield? He's been mentioned before. I think the general consensus is he's behind the top 5 guys, and he's like RB 6 or 7 or 8 or whatever. But I think he's a good player. I think he kind of would play a similar-ish role to Javonte Williams. But you know, if that's a round 3 pick option for you, I'm intrigued. But he's not going to be for everybody because he doesn't have the same explosive juice that other backs in this class have. He's probably if he had broken 4.6, that was probably a pretty good time for him. All right, we are simulcasting here on Chat Sports and on the Cowboys report. So we will do a game. I want you to shout out your team in the comment section of today's show, and we will discuss the first team that we see. If you've enjoyed, by the way, our live shows, make sure you are subscribed. But we'll give you guys some time to get those comments in. I'll sip some of my caffeinated beverage. Not a sponsor, for the record. Not a sponsor. Make sure I haven't missed anything important from the wife. We are good. So, Chris, who is the first team you see in the comments? Not Steelers and not Chargers, since we just talked about those two the last time we did this.
Eagles.
Eagles?
Yep.
Pretty quiet. They've actually probably had more losses than anything else this time around. None of the losses are crazy expected. You lose Isaiah Rodgers. You lose Darius Slay. You have corners that you like. You went with the double dip, Cooper DeJean and Quinion Mitchell, which worked out great for you this past year. Like I'm sure they still feel awesome about that one. They're Slay and Rodgers and technically James Bradbury getting cut too isn't shocking. Maybe they could explore another corner option. Do they trust Keely Ringo? Or they go back to Avonte Maddox in the nickel? I think corner's an option for him. You were always planning on losing Milton Williams and Josh Sweat. You've got options there. You have your heat check pick of Jalen Hunt. You saw promise from Nolan Smith. You can give Bryce Huff a chance again next year. You move on from Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. That one was kind of surprising to me, but you're probably going to lose Mekhi Becton, so you can plug in Kenyon Green, who the Eagles can fix him. That is the ultimate Eagles offensive line coaching staff can fix anybody in Kenyon Green. Losing, you retain Saquon, you retain Zach Bond. Does anyone losing Kenny Gainwell okay? Like, you can draft somebody again to pair behind Saquon with Will Shipley. The offense is mostly the exact same it was, and I think Vic Fangio can make the most out of the defense. So it's probably going to be a quieter year for the Eagles, frankly, in terms of movement. But it's a good player. It's still a really good team. They're going to be dangerous again because they're always seemingly super dangerous. That's how things tend to go. So I think Philadelphia is still going to be one of the better teams in the NFL, even if maybe they aren't quite as all in as they were last year. Couple of additional signings here. We did mention Christian Roseboom to Carolina. And then, how about these two? Jackson Carman, D. Eskridge, Dolphins. Talk about some day two busts. Jackson Carman was a terrible pick for Cincinnati. That was a bad pick. As it turns out, the Bengals could not go wrong in round one with the Penei Sewell-Jamar Chase conversation. And they could not go right in round two with I think that was the Terrence Marshall pick and Jackson Carman. I think I might be off on that year, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. D. Eskridge was a terrible round two pick as well. More updates here. DeMarcus Lawrence is a Seattle Seahawk. Actual Cowboys legend leaves. So DeMarcus Lawrence is heading to the Seattle Seahawks. No details yet on the contract, but he is heading all the way up to the Pacific Northwest, leaving the Dallas Cowboys. I'm sure we'll get contract details soon, announced by his agent there. So DeMarcus Lawrence heading to the Seattle Seahawks. I don't have the contract details as of right now for Tank. Very curious what that number ends up looking like, but DeMarcus Lawrence is heading to the Seattle Seahawks. We will stand by for more contract details here in just a second. Hopefully we get there in the near future. As a reminder, we are simulcasting on both Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report. So it's the old hits both channels of Seattle Seahawks news, adding DeMarcus Lawrence, contract details to be determined. I'm not surprised he's leaving. I never, if it really, really dragged out, maybe that could have been in play. But I would bet this is a 1-year kind of heavily incentive-based deal with playing time stuff. I think he fits pretty well with what Mike Macdonald wants to do. Also, Adam Dirty was his defensive line coach. He is the Seahawks' current defensive coordinator. Excuse me. So there is a connection there. Whatever platform you are watching on, whether it is Chat Sports or the Cowboys Report, make sure you guys are subscribed. Hit that sub button. YouTube.com/CowboysTV, YouTube.com/ChatSports. Super chat from R. Jonesy. When does something happen with Kirk/Hendrickson? The draft? Who's Kirk? Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins, I don't know. The Falcons, to an extent, kind of need to try to get people to call their bluff or get people to buy that they're bluffing. They might just keep him for a year and give big, expensive depth. I don't know if Kirk wants. I still have doubts on the Hendrick, the Kirk Cousins future. But if the Browns don't go down that route, who's to say? The Titans could make some sense. I think there's not a ton of interest in Kirk Cousins at his contract. There's very little. No one wants to trade for him. Would the Falcons actually cut him? There's a deadline coming up. We'll get to that in a little bit. You're going to tell the contract details on? Yeah. We have the contract details on DeMarcus Lawrence. 3-year deal, up to $42 million deal with the Seattle Seahawks. There is $18 million guaranteed for Tank Lawrence. So, sizable contract there for Tank. I am very curious what the actual money looks like, because it's up to $40 million. Is that it's 3 years 33? Is it 3 years 36, 3 years 39, or is it actually 3 years 42? My guess it's actually going to come in 3 years 35. Over under 3 years 35, 3 years 36. But $18 million guaranteed. Probably gets him a $15 million signing bonus and a 3-year base salary, something like that, and the cap hits $7.65 million, something like that. It's probably fairly cheap in the end. So, one-word reaction to the DeMarcus Lawrence signing with the Seattle Seahawks. Let me know in the comments section of today's show as Tank Lawrence gets to reunite with Adam Dirty, the defensive coordinator, now in Seattle, former defensive line coach, as Tank Lawrence heads to the Cowboys. Want to do a quick short version on this, go full screen, and then Stone can cut that one up when he gets a chance to. So Tank Lawrence's time is done in Dallas. I'm going to try to get my stopwatch up because I went way too freaking long last time, and I got to keep myself to a minute on that front there. So details, we'll do a quick brief on this one. Instant reaction to the DeMarcus Lawrence movement as he heads to Seattle. And then hopefully more news keeps coming. As long as news keeps coming, we can stay live here. I got no issues with that. I got no issues staying live and hitting all the stuff that happens here. It just depends on when things happen with everything there. So y'all set, Chris? Sweet, let's do it. Cowboys news, relative Cowboys news, actually. DeMarcus Lawrence is heading to the Seattle Seahawks. The longtime Cowboys defensive end is now a former Dallas Cowboy. He is getting a 3-year deal worth up to $42 million. $18 million of that is guaranteed. So maybe the actual non-incentive stuff is 3 years, $36 million, somewhere in that ballpark. It is a noteworthy loss for the Cowboys, who lose a really good run stopper, a great pass rush generator, not always the most sack production there in the end. Seahawks get a good player, reunites Adam Dirty, his former defensive line coach in Dallas, now the Seahawks defensive coordinator. So DeMarcus Lawrence's time in Dallas is over, means a lot more pressure being placed on Marshawn Nealand, who was only drafted to be the Tank Lawrence replacement anyway. Give me your one-word reaction to the DeMarcus Lawrence signing of the Seattle Seahawks. I think for what Mike Macdonald likes in defense, I think this is actually probably pretty smart pickup by him. This is a good player who can who isn't going to be the most like sack-heavy guy. Sometimes I think that the pressure rate's been a little bit higher relative to sacks, which means sometimes you're not a finisher. But he is good at getting pressure. He's really good at stopping the run as well. And all of those things are needed in the NFL. And it does, again, create a pretty big hole at defensive end. I don't think the Peyton Turner signing fixes that. And you can pray to God that Marshawn Kneeland steps up. But I do think, again, common frame for the Cowboys, more is needed. For Seattle, there's a starter at defensive end. I also really want to see what the actual nitty-gritty details are. Because I don't think he's actually going to get, $42 million total. All right, more Super Chats on both the Chat Sports live stream and on the Cowboys Report live stream. By the way, it's been a while. Haven't done a beer bong in a while. Not nearly drunk enough like I was the past 2 days. Not nearly drunk enough. And it's up to you guys to make me drink if we're going to go down that path. Austin Carey, $10, double-digit entries into the mini helmet raffle. What is the best free agents for the Cowboys right now, both realistically and what the Cowboys will actually do, both outside and inside free agency? Well, I think we're adding trade options there. Cooper Kupp stands out to me as a receiver option. And then it's like Tyler Lockett, who might end up being a Raider in the end. Keenan Allen. If the Amari Cooper relationship's not terrible, that could be an option. Stefon Diggs. I think Dalvin Tomlinson would be a good pickup. Zadarius Smith or Von Miller or even Azeez Ojulari would all be like good ideas for the Cowboys to get another pass rusher in there. I still think they need 1 to 2 more defensive linemen. I think they've got room for like 3 or 4 more signings, most likely. And that's like, I think realistically they can do 3 or 4 more guys. Because they'll do 10 draft picks. They'll do 15-ish additional players. And I think they're at like 20-ish, 19 spots now maybe. So like they're right in that ballpark of like their 90-man limit. Also from Austin, I hate being a Cowboys fan right now. When can we force the Jones boys to sell to Tom? Look, I don't have the money for that. I couldn't even be a limited partner. I am not. I ain't got that kind of cash available. I'd be better, but I don't have the. I don't have it. Just Dance with D-Law gone. Do you see Kneeland stepping up? This is one of those like you have to. You spent a second-round pick on Marshawn Kneeland to be the tank. I said it when they drafted him. This is your Tank Lawrence, future heir. Base-setting defensive end, can stop the run, can give you some pressure juice. Like, you drafted Marshawn Kneeland in round 2 last year with the assumption he would take over sooner than later for Tank Lawrence. Well, now it's sooner. So you better do it. Otherwise, you're in bad shape at edge. Because, playing Solomon Thomas out there some and Peyton Turner and injured Sam Williams, that's not a good group. It's not. Austin Carey, top teams in free agency this year. We will do a video on this on the Chat Sports side of some of the top winners. Couple teams I like. I really like what Minnesota's done lately. If we include trades, I like what Washington's done. I think the Bears overall have been pretty solid. And I don't love every individual move, but I do like what New England has done too. Milton was very expensive, but that team had money to burn. So I do think that makes sense there. Leroy Pearson Jr. Will there be a comp pick for losing D-Law? There should be. I will see if I can pull that up and check. At least it might not even be specifically for DeMarcus Lawrence. But I think there should be a comp picks coming in, depending on what the actual balancing act looks like. They're kind of hovering right now on the wave of getting like one of them, because they've signed some guys in outside free agency, but they should lose some other players as well. Like Rico Dowdle should get them a comp pick back too. So I'm looking at it right now. Stand by. Let me pull up. This is all per over the cap, so they're very good at this. As things sit right now, Robert Jones and Solomon Thomas, not knowing the actual nitty-gritty details, should count as comp picks. Now, depending on what other moves end up happening, those right now cancel out the 5th rounder for Jordan Lewis and the 6th rounder for Chauncey Golston. But those are like later 7th round picks. You know, Solomon Thomas is like 2 guys away from getting canceled out himself. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of the other moves come in and they end up getting more comp picks. But as of right now, they should get one between Jordan Lewis. This one should get the Jordan Lewis pick back on the board, and they get a 5 for him. But it's still a lot to be determined. Like, does Rico get one? Does Brandon Cooks get one? So they should end up in the positive side on the comp pick side, but it's too early to tell for certain. There's a lot of changes that end up happening there. What's up? A trade for who? Another Cowboys trade? Oh, he's terrible. He's fast but bad. Well, we'll do another Cowboys video then. Kenneth Murray is heading from the Titans. I don't like that one actually at all. I don't think he's good. Late round pick swap. Heading from, we can put that one up on screen real quick here too, Chris. Heading from the Cowboys and Titans, as Kenneth Murray is the newest member of the Cowboys as they go active action in NFL offseason stuff today. I don't think he's good. I'll be honest. I've never thought he's been that good. I'm not a big fan of this one. The Cowboys are hoarding former first round picks. I don't like that one. He'll make some splash athletic plays, but I don't think he's that good. And yes, they liked him during the draft time. I think he should have been cut by Tennessee. I think he's owed like $7 million. I'm not a fan of this one. I'm really not. He's owed, I'm pulling up the money here. He's owed, okay, it's not, I guess, as bad. Let me pull up the actual cash flows here. Kenneth Murray is, that's not the one I wanted. Come on. Help me out here, Spotrac. Is owed $7.5 million in cash. Go ask a Titan fan how they feel about Kenneth Murray. I don't like this one, frankly. Like, the Cowboys are just hoarding former first-round picks that they think can be better than what they were previously. I don't know, man. That one, I like Jack Sanborn more. Like, again, they're just swapping picks and adding linebacker depth, but he's expensive. Like, if Kenneth Murray, like, why are you spending $7 million on Kenneth Murray and not looking at actual good options? Like, this one I don't get. This one I do not get, frankly. Like, Titans fans are excited about this. He'll get tackles because he's not actually that good in coverage. Like, he's fast. He'll kind of be around the football. He'll have some good moments. He'll have some good games, but he's not actually that good of a player. So that one I don't get this one at all. Let's do this. Let's do Kenneth Murray and include Tank Lawrence stuff. And you can tell Stone to stop the short if he's not done yet. I mean, if it's done, push it. it's fine. But if he's not done, don't worry about it. Go if it's almost done, just finish it and push. That's fine. Yeah, and we'll still put tank in this part too. I kind of want to wait too on. Okay, Todd Archer, Kenneth Murray in a 7th from Tennessee for a 6th round pick. He's not a good player. I'm sorry. Let me pull up the Tankathon stuff here and see what picks the Titans have in the 7th. Titans 7ths are 239. So Dallas, I'm sure Dallas is sending. I would hope 211 for 239. I don't think Kenneth Murray's good. I've never really thought he was all that good. I didn't think he was that good out of Oklahoma either. Let me pull up my. We got to go back to the draft notes here, Chris. Got to keep doing that stuff today. That's why I save them and never publish them, because I am very mean in my draft notes. I am very mean in my draft notes. I'm not a kind person there. Let me pull this up here and scroll to where I had Kenneth Murray. He's athletic, but he's not a great player. I had a 2nd round grade on him, and he went, 17th overall in that class, if my memory serves correctly. He's better moving forward than he is back. So are you going to blitz him or no? That's my mindset. Let me put the Todd Archer. If you can grab the Todd Archer tweet and put it in production, and just put it like Murray trade details here. Cowboys have done stuff. It's not this one I can't get on board with. I'll say this: I would feel a lot better if Kenneth Murray were to somehow take a pay cut. I feel like that's not going to happen. With $7.5 million in cash owed, including $6 million base salary and roster bonuses too. Other signing outside of this one here. Khalil Herbert is heading to the Colts on, I believe, is a 1-year deal. It's also, by the way, can I point out one thing here? And I don't want to start Starbucks fights. I think it's really funny how all these reports are the Colts and Herbert have agreed on a 1-year contract, sources tell me. Also, this is who the deal was negotiated by. Who do you think was the source then? It was the agent that negotiated it. That one's kind of a no-brainer to me. That's kind of frustrating to me. Another news item here. Kevin Zeitler is signing a 1-year, $9 million deal with the Tennessee Titans. So a big addition there for the Tennessee Titans, adding a starting guard that they desperately needed. And I think Tennessee just had probably back-to-back good moves here. Zeitler and getting rid of Kenneth Murray, the guy they probably should have cut for a pick, that's just good business by Tennessee right there. 1 year, $9 million for Kevin Zeitler and the Tennessee Titans. I think let's go comments early on this one. Comments early, and can have Stone crank out the post-prod on that one at this point. There will be no pushes on the Cowboys side. We are past the push limit here. We are well beyond that one there. I know Sam said he gets to the tracker soon, so we can probably wait on that one here. We have the trade details, so it's probably fine there. So let's go briefly through the moves that have happened so far here. Since we are simulcasting right now on the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports, I got to change the headline on Cowboys too here. Lots of movement today. There we go. Elum, Murray, Jack Sanborn. Cowboys are doing stuff. It's just sometimes not the stuff that... Honestly, I think my hot take is the Cowboys should have gotten the contract, the higher pick for the contract that they took on. 7 and change for 1 year rental of Kenneth Murray, who was a good athlete but has not developed the way that he's needed to. And that's the Cowboys trend. This is like a let's add talented players and you fix them to the coaching staff, which I find interesting. Recent moves here: Denzel Perryman back to the Chargers, Kenneth Murray, and a 7th round pick going to the Titans for or going from the Titans to the Cowboys for a 6th round pick. Khalil Herbert to the Colts on a 1 year deal, and then Kevin Zeitler heading on a 1 year, $9 million deal to the Tennessee Titans. I love that move for Tennessee. It's a lot better than the Dan Moore contract signing. So let me get organized here. Make sure I'm set up for all the graphics. Again, no details yet on the actual 6th and 7th round picks. I'm guessing it's the Cowboys late 6th and the Titans early 7th. But we'll spend 10, 9, 11, somewhere in that ballpark minutes on Kenneth Murray plus Tank Lawrence. Headline can probably focus more on Kenneth Murray. But Cowboys doing stuff, and we got you covered here on the Cowboys Report. The Cowboys have made yet another move, adding Kenneth Murray, a trade again, the 2nd trade today, as the Cowboys add the veteran linebacker and his kind of expensive salary. It is Kenneth Murray, a 7th round pick, to the Cowboys in exchange for a 6th round pick. The actual details on what those pick numbers are to be determined. I would guess it's the Cowboys late 6th for the Titans earlier 7th, which is still kind of a round trade down, as the Cowboys have made 2 trades and still have 10 picks in this year's NFL draft. Give me your one-word reaction to the Kenneth Murray trade. One word and one word only, then we'll go in-depth on this particular move, plus mention Tank Lawrence leaving. But give me your one-word reaction in the comment section of today's show. My one word is expensive. Kenneth Murray is owed about $7.5 million this year, and for the level of play he has pretty consistently produced over the course of his NFL career, unless he takes a surprise pay cut, that's too much money. $7.5 million for a guy that can blitz a little bit, will put up decent tackle numbers, but just isn't good in coverage and has never developed to the athletic potential that he has, is a red flag for me. I've seen multiple different coaching staffs in LA, in Tennessee think, I can fix him. This is a very common trend right now from this Cowboys organization of, we can fix this player. You know, Kenneth Murray is a very physically gifted athlete. He's came out of Oklahoma, 6'2", 241, 4.52 40-yard dash, almost 33-inch arms. He's got really great athletic ability. Was very healthy at Oklahoma, has been semi-healthy in the NFL, but he's also missed some time there. I don't trust him in coverage. I think he's better moving forward than he is moving back, but he's kind of consistently missed tackles in the NFL, and I don't think he's a truly elite run defender or a truly elite coverage player. He's just fine, and if you were paying him $3 million, sure. You're paying him $7 million. This is your expensive addition? Is $7 and change million to Kenneth Murray? Relative to the contract too, I am a much bigger fan of the Jack Sanborn edition than I am Kenneth Murray. It's basically free. It's a late round pick swap, but it's not free from a contract perspective. This is now your highest paid linebacker. You needed, as we get into, to overhaul the linebacking room, but I've never been that high on Kenneth Murray. I think that's been pretty much bore out over the course of his NFL career. I'm hoping that you can there is unlocked potential, but now we're in year 6 of we can unlock the potential. Is that really going to happen this time around? I have my doubts. So grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comment section, the pinned comment actually, of today's video. If the ad comes here on YouTube, take advantage of it. Head down there and let me know. Murray and Sanborn are kind of very different styles of players. Murray is much more athletic. I think Sanborn is just a better limited snap count player. We'll see if that continues when he gets more snap counts there. I get this. I give this like a C- or a D. Eric Kendricks is done. He's going to be off the team. I think by adding Kenneth Murray, you're going to slot him in place of Eric Kendricks. Then you have Overshown, Leafau, Sanborn. I think you can actually argue that you are. In fact, I think I would say you are better once Overshown gets healthy. I think you're better at linebacker than you were going into free agency, and even at the end of the year. I don't think Murray is better than Kendricks. I don't think Sanborn is better than Kendricks. I think both guys combined can kind of get you better play overall, gives you more depth too. You're also paying more. You might be paying double what you were paying Kendricks. My issues with Kenneth Murray here. He has not been good yet. I didn't love his film coming out of Oklahoma. I had a early, mid, second round grade on Kenneth Murray coming out of the NFL draft. I didn't think he was as good as the rest of the NFL thought. I had concerns with some of the instinct stuff. I had concerns with him in coverage. I have never thought he was a great processor, and I still think the processing isn't all the way there yet. I had him, barely inside the top 32 because there were only 15 first-round grades that year. He was squarely in round 2. The Cowboys' trend this offseason continues. We're going to add guys like coming out of the NFL draft. We're not going to pay very much for most of them, and we're going to see if our coaching staff can coach them up. And that's fine, but you're banking a lot on your staff, taking these low floor, high upside players and trying to flip them into better results. And several of them will work. If you can bat, it's not a good thing to bat 50% when you sign 2 guys. Bat 50% by adding 10. Okay. You'll get some good players there. But I needed more than that stuff. And that's kind of I needed a guaranteed impact. Kenneth Murray can get you some tackles, cool. I have not consistently seen the elite level linebacker play we've seen at times from this Cowboys team. Can Eberflus fix him? That's kind of what you're saying with this trade. Now, speaking of defense, the Cowboys turnover chain is available. Chatsports.com/Cowboys chain. Nothing would make me happier than to see me put this on, and add this with a bunch of plays made by Kenneth Murray. That'd be great. That would make me happy because I want this team to win. And hopefully these ones work out. So chatsports.com/Cowboys chain. We'll spend a little bit more time here on Kenneth Murray. Then we'll talk Tank Lawrence more in depth. But to get your chain today, chatsports.com/Cowboys chain. I'm going to mention PFF here. Sometimes PFF's linebacker grades make no damn sense to me. It's like, that guy's good, that guy's not. Why are those the grades? I will mention what John Odin tweeted out, treated as a data point here. Coverage grade, 33rd percentile. Coverage grade in the box, 45th. In the slot, 15. Don't put in the slot. Single boot percentage, 38th. Run defense, 5th. And 18% run stop. He can blitz from middle linebacker. That's cool. Honestly, tell me that Kenneth Murray is your stopgap option for DeMarvion Overshown on a 1-year, $3 million deal. I'm fine. I have no complaints there. If you're telling me Kenneth Murray is your, new middle linebacker and he's going to be the starter, at $7 million, I don't know about that one there, Jim. That one just kind of gives me pause. I don't trust that particular move. I would bet when it's all said and done that the Dre Greenlaw 1-year cap hit is the same as, or even maybe lower than the 1-year Kenneth Murray cap hit? Why couldn't you have just done that? I don't know. We'll briefly mention Tank Lawrence here as well, but do not miss out on any free agency updates. We've had a lot of videos today. This is video 4, right? And there's been a lot of cuts. They did not all get pushed. I don't think this one gets a push either. Make sure you are subscribed, youtube.com/CowboysTV. Now, one development here is DeMarcus Lawrence is done in Dallas. He is heading to the Seattle Seahawks on a 3-year, up to $42 million deal. We shall see what the actual average per year is. 3 years, $42 million for Tank Lawrence. You're now very much banking on Marshawn Kneeland stepping up at defensive end because you don't have enough otherwise. Like, you have to get more talent in there. I think you still need to go get an edge. I think receiver is still an area of concern. Losing Tank Lawrence leaves Micah Parsons, Marshawn Kneeland, Sam Williams, some Solomon Thomas inside-outside stuff, Peyton Turner in there as well. Thomas offers inside-outside stuff. Tyrus Wheat, Ernest Brown, Luigi Villain are like competition for the practice squad, etc. So I think adding these linebackers, adding the edges, trading for Kaiir Elum, you're kind of going to be in a spot where, okay, take the best player available in round 1, 2, 3, but there are a lot of spots that you'd like to get more talent. And edge and linebacker for me are both still in that bucket. So Tank Lawrence gone, Kenneth Murray in, a 2-trade day for now for the Dallas Cowboys. Kaiir Elam, Jack Sanborn, and Kenneth Murray, all the latest members of the Cowboys organization. With the Supers, and I don't think we've had a lot of other moves since then. Jets signed Chuck Okorafor. Okay, there's like a Morgan Moses replacement for them. We mentioned Kevin Zeitler going to Tennessee. But movement from the Cowboys side. A very, very busy NFL free agency calendar here. We have not done a beer bong in a while, so I would like to do a beer bong. $50 is the price tag because the bosses said I can only do it if we get the 50s. Otherwise, that's not allowed, apparently. $5 mini helmet entry raffle. $10 talk about your team. $20 for the Bean Boozled. Those are all nasty, pretty much all disgusting options left here. All of them are not appealing options there. So $50 for the beer bong. Chuck Okorafor is the latest addition by the New York Jets. They've also signed Isaiah Oliver, kind of a journeyman corner there. So couple moves there on that front. Chuck Okorafor and Isaiah Oliver heading to the New York Jets. Still waiting on quarterback stuff, by the way, too. Haven't had really any traction there outside of Jacoby Brissett going to Arizona. We'll see how that one plays out. All right, several super chats here. Bryce Fleming signed Kupp/Lockett, draft Jahdae Barron in round 1, DT in round 2, Henderson round 3, get a linebacker in free agency, which I think this came in before the Kenneth Murray trade, so check off that box. Plus an edge, signed Mike equals team fixed. I don't know about fixed, but it's good steps there. I don't know if Henderson gets in the third, but I like the idea behind it. I feel better about that. That'd be nice. You get a good receiver. You get a good corner that can play inside, outside. I like that. I think you're moderately better at linebacker, but you've also paid more for it. And it's 2 guys versus 1. Kenneth Murray at 7 versus Kenneth Murray at like 1.5 or 3. It's a lot different when this team doesn't spend money elsewhere. Like this is the Cowboys are going to give Kenneth Murray more on 1-year deal than any 2 guys combined so far in free agency. Like that's my issue. That's my issue. YVL Sosa going to miss DeMarcus Lawrence. Hope we draft Sawyer at 44 now. Isn't that just what Marshawn Kneeland was though? I think you do need another edge though. So I get the mindset there. Lone Wolf, this was in reference to Tank Lawrence as well. I brought back the F clip quote, tweeted your Welp tweet. I did once tweet out just a clip of me. I opened up a show and Tank got hurt again of just me going, F-bomb. That's how I opened up the show because it was bad for the Cowboys. Lucid Chart 32, do we get anything in return of Tank leaving? You may get a comp pick. All of those details, nothing is locked in stone. Comp picks can get canceled out. They can get uncanceled out based on moves that happened. There's a lot of TBDs, like you don't know what the Jack Sanborn contract is. If that's like 1 year 4, that's going to cost you a comp pick potentially. Tank Lawrence's APY should probably combine for at least a 5th coming to Dallas. But if Rico Dowdle, Brandon Cooks get decent money, those would help cancel and uncancel out comp picks. So you will probably end up with a comp pick, and several of them, but without knowing the actual contract details, that's all that we don't know yet. AJ2, great. Never mind. Saw you do my 2 super chats. You're good. We're playing catch up, so I apologize for that one, AJ, for being behind and playing catch up there. I know he mentioned Kevontae Turpin, which I mentioned as one of them being fast, but he's just not very big, which is always the main concern there. And yeah, that was the other one there. And I think we got to this one. Maybe not. Realistically think of the Cowboys trading, signing, and drafting a solid wide receiver. I think they will get another wide receiver too. Does it come in the draft or free agency? I'm not sure. There's a lot of free agents still out there, relatively speaking, at wide receiver. They're older guys though. They're old hurt guys or declining guys. Kupp and Lockett and Amari and Stefon Diggs and all that stuff. And they can maybe get one in round 1 or round 2 or round 3, but you have to get something there still. Darnell Grant, apparently blowing $50 million on a bunch of backups is the Jones' idea of selective aggressiveness. Yeah, again, I don't disagree. Like you're getting depth, cool, that's important, but you're not getting a bunch of impact either. And this is very much the poo-poo platter of free agency. Do you guys remember that one? I'm stealing a Bill Simmons term here. Instead of getting like one really good batch of orange chicken or sesame seed chicken or whatever you prefer, you're just getting a lot of stuff. And it's not the same quality that you could have gotten otherwise. From Sexy Pizza 88, this time last year, how is free agency compared? I mean, by definition, it is better. That doesn't mean I'd call it good. But by definition, it is clearly better. It couldn't be any worse. I mean, they sign guys. They haven't signed the best guys that we like. Michael, best guess, what's the next move? I'd say receiver and corner are the ones to watch right now. Receiver and corner are the main ones to watch. All right, I'm going to do a quick offer here. It's 5:28 Eastern time. I will put 5 minutes on the clock, and up to a certain amount, every $50 super chat will be two beer bongs. 2 of them. I'll put maybe 3 minutes on the clock, but every 50 is 2 beer bongs since we don't have any, and I've barely drank today. All is well, $5. This is into the mini helmet raffle too. I'm tired of the Cowboys getting players they have to coach to be good instead of players that come in talented already. Like, sometimes I wonder if this team's pro personnel department just kind of rides based on what they had in the draft. Because, like, they liked Kenneth Murray. They like Kyer Elum. They like Peyton Turner. Those guys haven't been good so far in the NFL. Like, they just haven't been. I'm sorry. Do you think you can fix all of them? That's not realistic. Will you fix 1 or 2? Yeah. Does that make it good enough in the end? I have my doubts. Robert, do we have the money to pay Micah and Bland? Yes, and Tyler Smith, and other players if you want. You have more than enough money to make this one happen. That's not an issue for you at all, frankly. You've got plenty of cash available. From Jake, if Dallas signs one splash guy, $10 to $12 million a year, does that become a good free agency considering we're at least signing a lot? Best Dallas free agency so far. I would almost be hesitant to say it's a good free agency class. I would agree it is better. But it can't be any... Like, the bar is down here, man. The bar's down here. This is so much better than last year's class. So much better. I don't know if that makes it good. I'd feel better about it if they did get an impact corner, if they got, another wide receiver or a better linebacker, like if they'd been able to get in the Dre Greenlaw market, like that would have been awesome. But, rental trade picks of former first-round picks and depth guys, those are all fine moves in a bubble. I'm just not particular. I just don't think Kenneth Murray's very good. Hopefully I'm wrong. But it's definitely the best free agency class since how far back do we have to go? It's kind of like, in some ways, I'll go another analogy tangent here. In some ways, this is like if you grew up in a tropical climate. Like if you grew up in Florida, 50 degrees feels cold to you. It's not actually cold though. Like if you ask someone who is from Alaska, 50 is warm. Depending on what time of year you're in for Alaska. It's all relative. Is the average of 50 cold? No, it's just kind of like in between. There are days when you get it into December and 50 feels really warm to you because you've been used to 30 degree days. But when you get to August, 50 is cold. But it's August, it's different. So it's all relative. I would say this is the best Cowboys free agency in a very long time, but the bar is the floor. That's just kind of how it goes. Chris B., how many years left on Murray's contract? 1 year, 7.5, not all fully guaranteed. There's some per game bonus stuff there, so it'll probably count 7.4 on the cap. 1 year, $7 million and change there. Andrew Edwards, is Jack Sanborn official yet? No, but I don't think he's signed it yet, so not official, but, you don't worry too much about the one guy changing his mind. Because that happens to somebody, but it doesn't happen all that often in the end. Chris B., wish they signed one good player instead of 7 meh players. Yeah. You've done $3 million, 4, 3. Let's pretend 3. Would you have rather signed Jack Sanborn and traded for Kenneth Murray, or would you have just signed Dre Greenlaw? Because the numbers there are pretty similar, most likely, especially cap hit wise, if not in favor of Greenlaw. That's the math game you're playing. I kind of want to balance it a little bit, but I would have liked, some bigger traction than just, the cheap buy low options over and over again. Give me a receiver in a corner, and I'll feel good about the class. Because I will say this, I'm not a fan of the Kenneth Murray signing, but there are other ones I'm a fan of. This is different than the Cowboys signing Eric Kendricks, Royce Freeman, and Zeke Elliott. Then I'm like, okay, I hate the Zeke one. I got 3 moves. That's a third of my movement. This is like a 10th. That's very, very different to me. Jatman, not the biggest fan of the players. Got at least people to fill holes at linebacker and corner. Can we please fill the hole at receiver, or at least better than Flournoy and Mingo, please? Again, I would be surprised if they don't at some point get wide receiver help and hopefully another corner, especially a nickel. The nickel options are a little bit thin right now, but that is something I would like. Let me go look. Who are the first-round picks at nickel that are available? Dory Jackson can do some inside-outside stuff for you. C.J. Henderson, who's kind of more of an outside corner, too. But he's been available before. It's other vets like Mike Hilton stuff. That's kind of the danger there. Austin Carey, a $50 super chat. It's beer bong time. 2 of them on the Cowboys report. So Austin Carey also into the race for the most 50s in the month of March. Crack open another beer here in just a second and have some fun on this one. So when is the Zeke contract going to retire as a Cowboy, and what is Dallas's biggest needs after free agency? I don't think Dallas has changed much, but how we draft is going to be different. I don't trust second round, and we have to We have 2 to build off. Hold on. And we have to build off of. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have issues in round 2 as well. They've missed on more picks than all of us would like for them to miss on. This was the only one that came, by the way, at the 5-minute buzzer. So do keep that one in mind. More news, by the way. Thank you. What do we got here? We got limeade, blackberry lime. Ooh, cherry limeade. Let's try the cherry. See how this one is. Other signings here. Jonathan Jones to the Commanders. Benjamin St. Juste to the Chargers. Probably, given Jonathan Jones to the Commanders, I think that means the end of Noah Igbenogany, maybe? Look, I do think, by the way, Zeke should get the rights, I'll even call it that, to do the one-day contract and retire as a Dallas Cowboy. I don't know if Zeke, right this second, wants to give up on that playing dream, though. So maybe it's not this year. Maybe it's down the line. But I do think Zeke is worthy of getting of that right. Maybe it's in like August of this year or something. Like if he doesn't get a spot or he retires at some point. But I do think Zeke deserves that right. I just don't want him on my team anymore because some of you all got mad at me for saying he was bad and then he was bad. What do you want? Here we go. I liked the cherry one more. Cherry's better than the what was the other one? They're all in the trash. Yeah, there's the passion fruit. Yeah, the cherry flavor comes through much more. All right, let's get that big old air bubble out of there. There we go. Get the foam out too. Here we go. There we go. So, excuse me. Very rude of me. But I always belch after a beer bong. They're all carbonation, Benjamin St. Juste, 1-year deal to the Chargers. Jonathan Jones, 1-year deal to the Commanders. Anthony P., show us on the doll where Kenneth Murray hurt you. Right here where he's not that good at football yet. He's got upside. We're just in year 6 of upside. Like I would bet at least one of these like buy low candidates ends up being really good. Or maybe not even really good. Just good, if not multiple of them. Like, but you're just kind of like, I don't know. You're just kind of buying a bunch of lottery scratch-offs and seeing what happens. There's a very extreme version of like, instead of getting a job, but like they have jobs, like it's fine. I just need. It's been a more successful free agency than most years. It's just not. They're still like not the biggest winners, Chris B. Cowboys use free agency for depth instead of impact. This sums it up so well. That they're using it to have guys they can survive with. That if they don't get a linebacker, you can absolutely survive with some combination of Kenneth Murray, Maurice Leafau, Jack Sanborn, and healthy DeMarvion Overshown, especially when Overshown's healthy. Are you going to thrive, though? I don't know. They can survive maybe with Khair Elum and other corners. And they can survive with, combination of Brock Hoffman and Robert Jones and TJ Bass. But are you going to thrive there? And they'll probably add hopefully another nickel, and they'll add I can always bring back Noah Igbenogany, frankly. They can do all these different potential moves and still hopefully be closer to actually taking the best player on the board for them. It's just a question of, does that, I keep using the phrase, it's trickle up depth and not trickle down depth. And that's not what I'm a huge fan of. Chris, can you bring yourself on and run through some of these recent signings? I'm going to get the Kenneth Murray tweet out here on my timeline. The full VOD on Kenneth Murray plus DeMarcus Lawrence is available. Take it away for me, Chris.
All right, some of the recent moves here. You got Chukwuonkwo and Isaiah Oliver both signing with the Jets. Details.
Chuck Okorafor.
What did I say?
You said like Chuck Okorafor or something like that?
What was I? I'm thinking of an Alabama kid. That's my bad.
You
Starts
go.
with Okoronkwo. That's what I was thinking. Both those guys signing with the Jets. That's my bad there. And then Benjamin St. Juste 1-year deal with the Chargers, and then Jonathan Jones going to the Washington Commanders as well on a 1-year deal there. So moves still trickling in here. A little bit more than we had like throughout the day once 4 o'clock hit and the new league year began. But still, not the biggest names like we said. Just kind of how it is here on day 3 of free agency. So we got I believe we haven't hit this one yet. Another $2 super chat here from Chris B. Would you sign quarterback Samuel Jr. from the Chargers?
Yeah, I would.
Asante Samuel?
I don't know if they would, but I think that fits the high round draft pick ish. He's a round 2 pick. Buy low candidate. It fits their mold right now. I would not be opposed to that one at all. I'm almost done with it if you can keep reading the supers here.
$2 super chat from Ecuador man here. Okuda or CJ both bust. Which one do the boys sign?
Very funny. I would say Okuda intrigues them more because they've had a lot of opportunities to go get Henderson in the past. Okuda, who I think has played a little bit of nickel. I need to double check that. Not a lot, but I think just a little bit. Could also make some sense. I think that's probably a better fit for what the Cowboys prefer. But I'm at this point, like, let's just sort top free agents by like high round draft picks. Who makes sense? Receivers. Oh my God, it's Traylon Burks whenever he gets cut. There you go. I figured it out. He's also straight up bad. So, Blue Balls Mendez. What is the wide receiver 2 you'd want, Diggs or Kupp? For what I think the Cowboys want to do, I think that Kupp makes more sense. I think Kupp fits like some tight split stuff, the ability to run block, etc. I think Kupp is the better fit. But any of those guys, I'd feel better about there. Here are some of the top free agent wide receivers. Amari Cooper. Stefon Diggs. Mike Williams. Elijah Moore. Keenan Allen. Cooper Kupp is, I don't know if that actually has been formally processed, by the way. Brandon Cooks is out there. I think Tyler Lockett. Robert Woods, if you want someone with some veteran experience but doesn't have the same juice he had previously. Juju Smith-Schuster. Sorry, I'm getting in arguments with people who told me, well, Kenneth Murray, 100 tackles, therefore he's good. That doesn't mean anything to me. I'll remind everybody right now, do not judge based on tackles. Tackles alone doesn't mean anything. Because if you just based on tackles, you think that Damone Clark was a really good linebacker, and he got benched this past year. Kenneth Murray's athletic, but the instincts aren't there yet. The sideline stuff is not as good as straightforward. The going backwards is not great. But, the biggest issue is the contract for Kenneth Murray. Day 3 pick swaps or whatever. So we'll see. We are simulcasting right now on both Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report. We've been live for well over 4 hours right now. I think we have reached the point in the night where as long as the Super Chats continue to come in, we will stay live. But it does require the Super Chats to come in. There's other videos to film, everything else, etc. So get those Super Chats in. $5 gets you into the mini helmet raffle. $10, we will discuss your team. $20 for the Bean Boozle. I haven't done a Bean Boozle in a while. I told Chris I'd take the next two. So we'll see how that one plays out. And then beer bongs are 50 for one. 50 back for one. Got some beers, though. Ready to do it. Or I guess some spiked lemonade, which was probably too high in the sugars, frankly. That's dangerous. A lot of sugar with alcohol. That's probably a bad idea. Oh, well. $50 for the beer bong as we will stay live as long as these supers continue to come in. It has been a long day specifically for the Dallas Cowboys. A lot of movement so far. Cowboys signing Jack Sanborn, a move I very much liked. Making a trade for Kaiir Elam. No real complaints about that one. The trade for Kenneth Murray was not one I'm nearly as big of a fan of because I think he's been kind of bad in the NFL. Tackle numbers notwithstanding. That's how it goes. But the free agent market remains pretty open right now. Who do you think is the best NFL free agent left unsigned? We are officially waiting for anything involving quarterbacks right now. I think the quarterback market, to me, is the most interesting aspect here. Because if you haven't been paying attention, Russell Wilson is heading to the Browns tonight for a visit. He'll have that visit tomorrow, but he's going to travel tonight. Then over to the Giants, and we will then wait and see what Aaron Rodgers decides. So it's the Browns and Giants and kind of still the Steelers as it relates to, the Browns, Steelers, and Giants for Russ. All three teams are in there for Russ. Rodgers now getting linked to Minnesota, but the actual report was more like Rodgers has interest there, which of course he does. That's the best destination to land at. Of course he wants to continue the Brett Favre arc. But what happened, things get weird, especially as it relates to the NFL draft, depending on what happens with Russell Wilson. What happens for Russ if, he goes to the Browns? Okay, the Browns are probably not going to go quarterback at 2. Rodgers, but that leaves one of the Steelers and Giants left holding the bag at quarterback and going, now what do I do? Do they go trade up for somebody in a bad quarterback class? That's where things get really interesting. Really interesting in the linebacker market. It gets or quarterback market, it gets kind of spooky. So best free agent left, I see Cooper Kupp. I think those are all good ones there.
Got some breaking news here.
What's our breaking news, Chris?
A.J. Dillon going to the Eagles.
All right, A.J. Dillon to back up Saquon Barkley. He wasn't healthy at all this past season. But that's a probably fine pickup for the Eagles. Gives them kind of a bigger, more powerful back behind Saquon with more of a scat back with Will Shipley in there as well. So A.J. Dillon is now a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. I assume that that's a one-year deal.
No details quite
yet.
No
details yet? Okay.
Jordan
I'm going to assume one-year deal. I'd be kind of shocked if it was more than a one-year deal, just given the history involved there. Who is the best free agent left as A.J. Dillon signs with the Green Bay Packers? See Cooper Kupp. Someone said Chargers need Chris Godwin. He is back with the Bucks. Sorry, guys. Lots of stuff that happens. That's how it goes. Tyler Lockett. Stefon Diggs. Teddy Bridgewater is a fun one, actually. That kind of is a fun one. I don't know if he's going to be if he goes back to coaching. Like, what does he do? I don't really know. But I love Teddy coming out of Louisville. I liked him a lot. It was a damn shame that he had that gruesome knee injury. That was a really bad knee injury. They were not far away from like his career being over. Like they were real close to that one being over. Someone said D's nuts. Salty and delicious. Tyler Lockett, Von Miller, a lot of Asante Samuels in there as well. On Joe Mode, Cowboys are so stubborn we just want to win. Yeah, and I want to emphasize this part too. Whether I criticize or I'm positive, all of it comes from a place of I want success for the team that I care about. I think that's what every person, whether you're on the Chat Sports stream or on the Cowboys Sports stream, that's what everyone feels. They just want to have success. They just want to win games. And whether it's positive or negative, like that's where it all comes from. William Cook, what would the Cowboys have to offer Kupp to get him? It's a good question. I don't know. My guess is somewhere like the floor is probably like $10 million minimum, up to like probably around 17, somewhere in that range, and probably closer to 17 than 10. They have the cap available, but in a receiver market that's like a lot of old guys and or hurt guys, I do think Cooper Kupp is one of the more intriguing ones out there. Especially if you want just a reliable vet too, who's got injury concerns. Yes, that one stands out to me.
1 year deal.
1 year deal for AJ Dillon. I mean, there you go. That made sense for him to go try and rehab the stock and cash in again next year. Andrew Edwards, Canadian super chat. If tackles mattered, Jalen Smith would still be our number one linebacker. Also, Elijah Moore was picked at 4. He's high enough. Good point. They're gonna target those early round draft picks. You're right, Andrew. Look, I'll say this too. It's not that tackles don't matter. They obviously do. It's that you can't only judge on tackles. Because where do those tackles come from? If you're a linebacker and you're getting cooked in coverage and allowing a bunch of first down catches over and over again, and you're getting tackled like 7 yards downfield on 3rd and 6, that tackle is actually a negative. Now, if those tackles come at the line of scrimmage, awesome. That's even better. But there also kind of becomes a point where you don't want as many tackles because that means you're getting off the field more. So I would never say, oh, well, he had 105 tackles, therefore he must be a good football player. Like that means he's always doing the best thing possible. That's like 6 tackles per game in the NFL. Like, you get to 100 tackles, you're getting less than 6 per game. Doesn't mean you're good. It might mean you're good, but how those tackles happen, what is the context behind them? You get a bunch of TFLs, okay, you're actually probably good. But I mean, I'm old enough to remember guys like Zach Cunningham like leading the NFL in tackles and then getting cut because they weren't that great. Eli Aaron. Well, I guess we had Stephen Jones mindset again. At least there is more volume this time around. Because I think everyone watching, Cowboys fans or any fan base, you sign 7 players, add 7 players, there's probably going to be 2 or 3 you're not huge fans of. That also means there's 3 or 4 that you do like. So it kind of evens it out a little bit there. Austin, a $5 super chat again into the Venmo or into the mini helmet raffle there. If the Cowboys could sign, if they want to sign Kupp today, or have to wait until after June 1st? Good question. No. So the whole point of the post-June 1st timing is to prevent what you asked about. When you are designated as a post-June 1st cut, the team that's cutting you has to keep that cap hit on the roster. They have to count it until after June 1st. Then they get the extra savings. But the player is available to sign whenever he is formally released. It doesn't have to wait until June 1st. So Aaron Rodgers, Darius Slay happened today, for example. He was a post-June 1st cut. Javon Hargrave was post-June 1st cut. Those guys can sign as soon as they are released. That is perfectly fine. And it's designed to not screw the player. That's what that is. They don't want to get the the hey, we're cutting him post June 1st. He can't sign for 2 months and screw the player. So that's the benefits. It's designed to actually help the player. So that Kupp can sign. Whenever Rodgers is formally cut, he can sign as well. Both those should be happening in the not too distant future. I know Kupp did. I don't know if the Jets announced it yet, but that was the reports from Schefter too. Christopher C. If Pitt doesn't get a quarterback, it feels like a reach for Dart at 21. Who are the realistic free agents with Pitt's cap, by the way? Dallas hasn't signed an outside free agent above $6 million since Greg Hardy in 2015. You are correct. And by the way, the Greg Hardy deal wasn't really 6. It was 3 and a bunch of incentives he never got to. You got to go back to Brandon Carr. We're talking 10, 13 years ago to go above what backup defensive tackles are getting now. It's kind of crazy. I agree on the Pitt side. I'm not a big Jackson Dart guy. I don't see it. Anytime he had to do real offensive stuff, it wasn't actually all that great. And I don't think the tools are crazy good either. They're solid. They're outright good. But they're not it's like someone, I'm going to start more Starbucks fights here. Someone comped him to Josh Allen. And I'm like, no. Why do you think he's Josh Allen? Because he's white? Is that why? He's not as big. He's not as athletic. He's not as arm strength talented. And I feel like I'm bodying Jackson Dart. And that's not my point, actually. If you want to take Jackson Dart in the 3rd round, sweet. No complaints at all there. Develop him. Let him be your backup. Try to grow him into a better player. Be a potential starter for you. You take him round 1, it's this is our guy. And it's okay. Don't know about that one. That's kind of with Rodgers and Russ as the viable quarterback starters out there to go between Pittsburgh, Tennessee, maybe feels like that might just be Cam Ward in the end, or they'd have nobody. New York and Cleveland, someone's going to get left holding the bag here. Short term and long term, no doubt, but potentially short term too. Mike McCain, who will ultimately be the Cowboys' backup quarterback? If I had to guess right now, I still am going to guess on Cooper Rush. That might look stupid in a day. But I think in general free agency market for quarterbacks is kind of just waiting on what happens with Russ and Rodgers. And once that gets sorted out, Winston gets to go somewhere. And I kind of want to see Winston on the Tennessee Titans. And let's just pump the shit out of the Calvin Ridley fantasy stock. And just let him throw deep balls to Calvin Ridley all year long. And then, win 5 games or whatever and get a new pick in the draft. That's kind of where I'm at this time. It's a tricky spot to be in. All right, we will stay live as long as the Super Chats continue to come in. $5 for the mini helmet raffle entry. $10 to discuss your team. I have not been tracking the mini helmets. I assume you have been. You assume you've been tracking the $5. Sweet, thank you. Computer kind of froze up in here. $10, talk about your team. $20 for the Beaned Boozle. We got a bunch of these left. We are out of the good flavor. Berry blue and toothpaste are gone, so it's peach and barf, cappuccino and liver and onions. The worst one, buttered popcorn and rotten egg, because they both stink, actually. And beer bongs for $50 Super Chats. Get those in here as long as the Cowboys report is live. Chat Sports live stream too. As long as Super Chats come in, we'll stay live on both of them as we continue our simulcast coverage. From All Is Well, any elite XFL player this year like Turpin and Aubrey? Well, we haven't seen the XFL play yet, so maybe. They signed the linebacker, and then he ended up not doing a lot for the NFL. Forget his name. Not Anthony Walker. It was somebody else. So I wouldn't be surprised if they sign another linebacker or another XFL player. That would not be a shock to me at all, but kind of got to let the XFL season kind of play out a little bit. Got to let it play out. All right. No new supers, huh? All right, time to put 2 minutes on the clock. And if we don't get any more supers, we will sign off. In the meantime, who is the best NFL free agent left? maybe Cooper Kupp. Oh, and I guess I'm sorry, Christopher. I thought you meant like free agent at quarterbacks. I'm sorry. For Pittsburgh. My bad. I'll answer that now. Obviously, Russell Wilson, and depending on what those contracts look like, kind of drastically change the salary cap standpoint there. Do you pursue Tyler Boyd this time around as a slot option? I don't know if there's a lot of interest there. I think running back stands out. I think some versions of J.K. Dobbins, Rico Dowdle, Gus Edwards all fit. Probably in decent shape roster-wise beyond that. A lot of it comes down to like just how good is the quarterback play. And I think that's kind of a main question out there right now for Pittsburgh. And once that gets figured out, we can kind of reevaluate there. Speaking of Pittsburgh, we went to Jared Sanchez's super chat here on the show. Appreciate that, Jared. Stand by. Then we'll get to Slam and Sam super chat as well. So 2 more. So we'll pause the timer and reset it once we get to Slam and Sam. Jared, still early. What position did the Steelers draft in round 1? A lot of it depends on who's on the board. If they go into the draft with Jalen Warren and Kenny Gainwell and Cordero Patterson, I think running back's an option. I still would kind of wonder if receiver is an option if they do something with George Pickens. I think the offensive line probably has enough investment. Probably can't rule out quarterback in some capacity. They've added some corners, but if there's one they love, that could be an option because it's Brandon Echols and Slayer are more short-term deals. I like Dick Herbig. I think he'd look running back, receiver, and then probably some just best player available stuff. Because you've got a good defense still. It is getting older, though. Cam Hayward's getting up there. TJ Watt's getting up there. Alex Highsmith isn't the youngest guy. He's not old, but he's not the youngest guy either. Safety's a fun little dark horse, depending on how you feel about Deshaun Elliott, because Minka's getting up there in age. So, running back stands out. But I think just Pittsburgh's kind of close to being BPA right now. Slam and Sam, MH Joe. Will the Chiefs sign quarterback 2 or draft one at Mr. Irrelevant? I think there's enough, random depth, and we'll put 2 minutes on the clock here, by the way. Enough, random depth in the backup quarterback market that they'll sign somebody. Winston, probably not, but Mac Jones, Minshew, Tyler Huntley, Mason Rudolph, Drew Lock, Cooper Rush, C.J. Beathard. I think those guys can be a backup QB for you. And then maybe you consider drafting somebody too. And especially if you don't retain Carson Wentz. Maybe just bring back Wentz. I think that the quarterback market is just not great right now. But I think all of those have options in the end. So who is the best NFL free agent left unsigned? Crack my back here a little bit. Give some shout-outs here, too. I think, Cooper Kupp stands out to me. The quarterbacks, by definition of Rodgers and Wilson, stand out as options. Let's see what else we got here. Stefon Diggs. I think receiver market's got some pieces. It's a lot of, older big names are available. Von Miller's out there. Dalvin Tomlinson. Maybe Tyron Smith. I'm not actually sure if he's going to play or not, but maybe he wants to. Russ, Aaron Rodgers. I think Julian Blackmon's probably one of the better safeties. Justin Simmons is out there. Asante Samuel, Stephon Gilmore. We're well beyond wave 1, wave 2, wave 3. We're like on wave 5 at this point, and some overlapping guys from previous waves there. Blaze Locke says the Eagles now have Quadzilla and the Quadfather. It's funny. That's funny. Keenan Allen, Michael Gallup, Ben Roethlisberger. Someone said, me? You want an out-of-shape old white guy, I got you covered. Please note, I will die after my first hit. That's it for me. It's what was the Family Guy? He plays one play in football, gets hit, and gets carted off the field, and that's it. That's me. That's me. Allen, Cooper Kupp, and more. No more supers, so we will sign off here. We will have another live show for you guys on the Cowboys Report tomorrow. More NFL coverage for those of you watching on Chat Sports as well. So whatever platform you are watching on, hit that sub button if you haven't already. More free videos for you. All off-season long, all updates, everything else there. Hit that sub button. We'll have another NFL video for you. We'll do some winners and losers. Don't miss out. Hit that sub button right now.